Hello there. Okay, well, I guess first of all I need to make sure all of my stream settings are okay, because right now it definitely looks like my connection is already garbage. So I have no idea if any of this is even getting through or how it sounds. But I can trust the audio meter in OBS, and it says I'm not clipping, so we'll go with that. Anyway. Hello, Zan. Welcome to the stream and whatnot. I haven't... It's been a while. I think... I guess it hasn't been terribly long. I think I did a stream last Halloween, so almost a year, because I played World of Horror. But I didn't save that stream. I didn't upload that one to my YouTube channel, so there is no longer any evidence of that. I guess it's officially lost media at this point, but you know, it is what it is. I didn't care enough about it to save it, and it wasn't like an ongoing thing where I play through the whole game like I did with Psychonauts and the Danganronpa games and all that. Oh man, it's already hot in my room. Jeez. Anyway, yeah. So, yeah, so the last time I did stream, it was Halloween, and I was playing a horror game, so I actually had... This is my new layout that I made forever ago, and technically the first time anybody saw it was when I did that Halloween stream, but then that was only for about 10 seconds before I switched to the spooky stream mode, which I also had a lot of fun making, but yeah. That's not what this is for. This is the new layout and everything, and yeah, I actually had to make some adjustments before I decided to start today, because they still had my Twitter stuff on the whatchamacallit there below my main window, and I realized I didn't have a pixel art icon for Blue Sky yet, because it has been so long since I streamed that I started using Blue Sky and kind of left Twitter. It is still Twitter. I am never calling it anything else. So yeah, I probably would have started a little earlier, but I realized I had some things that I needed to update with my Twitch stuff, and OBS had to run like 5 update versions, so yeah, I haven't been keeping up with that. So yeah, I like the new layout too. It's basically like the same as the old one, but I remade it in Blender, so it's like 3D and kind of has a little more what's the word? Dimension to it, I guess. And yeah, and it was fun figuring out how to use touch portal and all that, so I don't have to reach around and do all kinds of annoying stuff and change windows, because I have touch portal, which is a program I can use on my tablet to do stuff, so I can close my face cam shutter here. And I was in the process of making new... I forgot I set that to also mute my microphone when I pulled it down. But I have I made 2 of the 3, I think, Be Right Back screens for it. I still need to make the third one, which is for like technical difficulties or changing settings and stuff. But yeah, so I have one for that basically says I'm getting food, and one that says I am indisposed at the moment for, you know, that kind of reason. So yeah, just wanted to officially show off some of the new stuff I've made, because making stuff for the stream always is like more fun than actually doing the stream sometimes. So a lot of the time I'll end up just spending hours and hours working on fun things that I'm not actually going to use. Yeah, so let's open the shutters and see what we're doing today. It's a sprite, if you couldn't tell. You've probably seen that I've had it open on Discord for like 3 hours at this point. Or actually, I thought Discord used to tell you how long somebody was in a game or whatever, but it doesn't seem to be doing that anymore. Anyway. So, the last time I did a pixel art stream, I remade my old Final Fantasy mini sprites, because the first installment of the remake had recently released, so I was like, oh, I'll remake some old fan art that I made a while ago, and that was also the those Final Fantasy sprites were the first sprites that I made in that mini pixel style that I had started. So that was these that I have open here. So I remade the Final Fantasy characters. I didn't get to... I forgot those were... I made these in Photoshop. Or I made... I fixed them up. I made the originals in MS Paint, and then I started using Photoshop for pixel art stuff. And at some point, the layer for the Genova remnants, or Sephiroth remnants, or whatever these guys were called in the Advent Children movie, I guess I messed up and moved a layer around that I didn't mean to, so they got all jumbled up. But yeah, I didn't remake those because they weren't in the Final Fantasy VII Remake. So I did from Cloud to Rufus down there. And those are all here. And that stream is, I believe, on my secondary YouTube channel, the one I use for art and animation and stuff. So if you want to sit through 4 or 5 hours, was it 4 or 5 hours? I don't know. Let's see. It's the second or third to last thing I actually uploaded there, because I don't actually do much with that channel right now, so... Whoops, let's shut that up. Where is the studio? Oh yeah, I also uploaded my steampunk workshop project that I was working on there. Planet explosion. What? Where is... Oh, unable to display some... Huh. It's not showing up for some reason, but it should be on there. Art stream. It wasn't that long ago. No, it should be on there. I don't remember how long I went for it, but yeah. So I remade the Final Fantasy sprites. So I don't remember how much I actually talked about making these original sprites, and the last time I worked on I did a pixel art stream like this. So oh man, what am I rambling about? Yeah, so the only ones of these that I've really directly remade were the Final Fantasy ones, but you can probably tell there's a whole bunch of different ones here. So I probably went down the line the last time I revisited this, so, but yeah. So these first, like, 12 characters, those are Comic Shorts original characters, so there's, like, Liko and Zanshlu and Buddy and Taylor and York and human versions of the, like, the author characters. So that was human me at the time. And then there's, like, the evil teacher, because we created these characters when we were in middle school, so all authority figures were presented as evil, oppositional antagonists and whatnot. So, yeah. I've been thinking about remaking, just going down the list and remaking all of these in this, the new style that I've made here. And this new style that I created started out as a bunch of Star Wars characters. Because, let me see here. Let me pull it up. It says it's dropping a lot of frames, but I don't know if you can really tell because of what I'm doing. Well, like what's on my screen. So maybe like my face cam is really choppy, but I don't know. I don't know why my connection is really bad today. Usually it starts out fine and gets bad as I go through the stream. It's never started this bad before, so let me know if anything's off, like if my audio is too loud or if the music is intrusive. It shouldn't be. It's just Pretzel, and I don't have a subscription or anything, so I'm very limited in what I can play on Pretzel now. Apparently, they paywalled a whole bunch of stuff that used to be just you could just do, and I hate. Oh, excuse me. I really hate it when people do that. When there's just a whole bunch of stuff that you can do, and then once it starts getting popular, it's like, oh, we can start charging money for this now. It's like, oh, you want to actually be able to select a playlist and you don't want to be subjected to the whims of random playlists that we give you? Well, you better fork over some money. Like, I can't just pay for everything that I want to do. I have to keep using the free version of most things that I can't just buy outright. I hate subscription services, all of them. What was I? Oh, I was looking for the whatchamacallits. No, it was not Mini V1. It was V2. Did I? Yeah. Okay. Video has some jitters, but the audio is good. Thank you, Zan. That's very helpful. But yeah. So like I said, I'm not terribly worried about the video being too choppy because it's just pixel art. It's not like I'm trying to play a game here and worrying about the frames dropping and everything. So, but yeah, so way back in 2004, apparently, I made a bunch of Star Wars characters in this sort of little chibi sprite, and I think, as far as I can tell, as far as I can remember, this was the first pixel art I ever made. Before I knew it was even called pixel art or that these were called sprites, I just made these little guys in MS Paint. And, yeah. And I found this file in some backups 10 years later. And I was like, oh, it might be fun to try making these characters again in a little bit better, more detailed kind of style, because I like doing the pixel art stuff now. So I remade a whole bunch of Star Wars characters, and that is these first 4 rows here. So while the original collection was pretty much dominated by a lot of anime characters, Bleach in particular, there's like if I had started the Bleach characters on their own row, they'd probably take up their own entire row. And then the Final Fantasy characters that I actually started making this version of the sprites with, I think I have that original file somewhere. maybe... Where would I have put that? I would have put it in my sprite folder, the pixel art folder, right? Should have thought more about how I was gonna do this, because it's a pixel art stream and I haven't even started doing any pixel art yet. But well, I know I have the original, like, MS Paint file or whatever it was that I made these Final Fantasy characters in, and I eventually remastered those, but kept the same style. So I just adjusted some of the colors and redid Cloud's hair. It wasn't as, you know, good looking in the original version, but yeah, it's kind of like almost like a time capsule, you know, of stuff that I got into and when I got into it. So, and this used to be up on my DeviantArt, which no longer exists. Thanks, fucking DeviantArt. Yeah, so there's a whole bunch of anime characters, a bunch of video game characters, a bunch of movie and TV show characters, and you can basically tell, like, when I started adding characters to the collection, it's like, oh, I must have just gotten into that game or that show at the time. So there's some Hellsing characters, Code Geass, a couple of Gurren Lagann characters, the Left 4 Dead 1 cast, Samus just there in the middle of everything by herself, Firefly, some Pirates of the Caribbean, because those, the first few movies were coming out around this time. So you have Davy Jones and Jack Sparrow and Barbossa and the Turners. I actually really like how they turned out. But yeah, some of these I like better than others. Like, I kind of half-assed the Firefly characters. You can really only tell who they even are from the accessories that I gave them. So Wash has his dinosaurs and Jane's hat. But even with the gun, you can only tell that that's supposed to be Mal from his proximity to the other characters that you can recognize. Yeah, anyway. A couple of Chrono Trigger characters. Bunch of Kingdom Hearts characters. And then there's Cloud, who is also from Final Fantasy. But yeah, I just copied the hair over and did that version of him. And a couple of the Organization 13 guys in Roxas. I made some kind of like little mini comics with a couple of these guys, just for funsies. I think I still have those somewhere too, actually. They're probably in my comics folder, which I've been reorganizing in preparation for posting on my Tumblr archive, Lico's Library, the Tumblr that I made, because I just mentioned that DeviantArt is no longer a viable platform for me, for reasons. So I started another Tumblr blog where I would just post all of my old stuff, all my old crap, starting back in, I think the oldest one I put there was from 2006, yeah. So I've been kind of reorganizing my files on my computer and trying to remember and figure out when I actually made them, which is kind of a pain in the ass and pretty much the only reason I'm actually mad at DeviantArt for just trashing everything I posted there, because now I don't have a time-stamped upload for any of it. And when I look at it in the file properties on my computer, sometimes it thinks something I made in 2006 was made the last time I updated it from my backups. So it'll say it was modified in 2006 but created in like 2022 or whatever. So I can't necessarily take the file property creation date at its word, because it's probably wrong. So I've had to get really creative in determining when I made some of these comics and drawings. But yeah, this is like I tried using the Wayback Machine to access an archived version of my DeviantArt page, and that kind of worked. I could only see stuff that was on the front page at the time it was archived, but that still gave me a few dates for a few things that I was trying to find, so that did help. And then I had to go back through my Facebook timeline and see, and kind of just make an educated guess. It's like, okay, so I was posting about this, which means I was getting into it at this time, so that means I probably drew this comic in like 2011 or whatever, so having to do some annoying detective work to figure out what dates to put on some of the things that I can't really figure out. So yeah, I was just gonna. So I have my mini. I call this one version 2. This one is version 1, and the original ones that I remade the Star Wars characters back in 2004. I kind of just call those like version 0 because they're kind of a similar style to the version 1, and are the reason that I made version 2. So yeah, anyway, the original version 1 collection, fun fact, has a single Star Wars character in it. It's Grand Admiral Thrawn right there, just chilling between Washu and Ryoko and Inuyasha. I like how the hair came out for those two Tenchi Muyo characters. Yeah, there's also Death Note. I just finished rewatching Death Note again, actually, like a couple days ago. I still like it. It's still good. And I think the hate for the second, or the ending of it, I think the hate for that is kind of a little over. I think it's a little excessive. Like, I don't think it's that bad. It's a little contrived, I guess, but I don't know. I don't hate it as much. And there's a couple of Lost characters in there. Remember the show Lost? That's Locke and Charlie, and I gave him a Guitar Hero controller and a knife, respectively. So yeah, Locke and Charlie from Lost. I know I was right in the middle of Lost when I was posting stuff on DeviantArt, because I did do at least one Lost comic. One comic about something that happened in an episode of Lost. I think that might have been the only thing besides these mini sprites that I posted that was about Lost. Yeah, speaking of not sticking the landing on the endings, I guess it's kind of fitting that I put them next to the Death Note characters. Anyway, both versions of Musashi, Brave Fencer and Samurai Legend. There's Link and Master Chief, the Tenchi characters, so Tenchi, Washu, and Ryoko. There's Thrawn from Star Wars, the only Star Wars characters in the original collection for some reason. I have no idea why. I don't even know why I made Thrawn in particular at the time when I made this. I might have had an idea for like a mini comic like I was doing with the Kingdom Hearts characters. I don't know. I genuinely don't know why I made Thrawn and nobody else from Star Wars for this original collection. Yeah, I also made Inuyasha, the only Inuyasha character in this collection, and then a whole bunch of Bleach characters, like every major Bleach character. Like, at least up to the point where I kind of, like, stopped watching Bleach because it was just going on for so goddamn long, and I lost the plot, and it's like, okay, and every once in a while I'll look into it and think like, oh yeah, it's got to be over by now, right? Like, they have to have finished like whatever it is they were trying to do, right? And it's like, no, it's there's like 80,000 new characters that I'm just like, okay, I'm probably not gonna get around to getting back into Bleach anytime soon. So yeah, this long list of characters from Bleach is like the sole remaining relic of my interest in it at the time. I did actually draw a comic or two. That I did post that on my Tumblr archive too. So yeah, it was about a fairly early episode where something very specific happens in that episode or that couple of episodes, and Yeah, I just thought I'd make a funny joke about it, and that was that. Anyway, yeah. So we got like Bleach, we got Ichigo, and Hollow Ichigo, Rukia. I was the last time I looked through this list because I was remaking something or trying to figure out. I think I was trying to figure out like a timeline for when I made certain things, and I just remember looking down the list of Bleach characters and being surprised that I actually remembered every single character's name when I hadn't watched the show in like 5 years. So yeah, there's Rukia, Chad, Ishida, Zangetsu, Renji, Oichi, Urahara, Orihime. Oh crap. Dang it. Ma, 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 fuck. I can't remember. Dang it. I used to remember every character's name. I don't remember who the dude with the weird costume and he like turns himself into slime to escape in that one episode. I don't know if he does it again, but yeah, he had he was like the mad scientist or whatever. He had the weird makeup and the weird outfit, the weird hat. He stood out to me, and it's weird that he's like the one I can't remember. There's not Ichimaru? Sosuke, Kyoraku, Ukitake, Kenpachi, Yachiru, Unohana, Komamura, Hitsugaya. Hitsugaya was my favorite. He was a little badass. And then there's Byakuya and Tosen. What the hell was this guy's name? He was a captain. Let me see. Mad scientist captain. Kurotsuchi. Mayuri Kurotsuchi. Thank you, Google. All I had to do was search Bleach Mad Scientist Captain, and he's the first one that came up. Yeah, Mayuri Kurotsuchi. That's weird, because he's like the most unique looking, the most stand out, and he's the one that I couldn't remember. He's the one I couldn't remember. I'm like, that's so freaking bizarre. Yeah, and there's all the Final Fantasy characters. Slenderman and Masky from Marble Hornets, specifically from Marble Hornets, because that was coming out at the time. So yeah, and then Dead Space, there's Isaac Clarke, a few Half-Life characters, so there's Gordon, Alex, Vortigaunt, and a Headcrab Zombie, and then all the Doctor Who characters and the TARDIS, which I did also remake for the new versions. So we have all of our doctors, all the ones that are considered canon, except I really didn't want to just copy 10 and say that he's 15 or 14. So yeah, David Tennant, you only get to be in the lineup once. I'm sorry. I know you're technically a new Doctor, but was he really? And I'm still kind of pissed that Mr. Gatwa didn't think it was a good idea to stay on any longer, because I guess there was a dispute over licensing, over Disney was like kicking their feet and dragging their feet on committing to renewing another season, and he was like, okay, well, if you're not going to commit to giving me work, I'm gonna go find work somewhere else, and if you have to replace me, then just do it. And I guess they did it. So yeah, that was Disney and BBC being wishy-washy and deciding to cut the Doctor's run short, and that's very annoying to me, because I really liked all the Doctors, actually. Like, all the Doctors that I've had any experience with. Like, I didn't even think He's not gonna. Yeah, he. I mean, I guess it's kind of a big spoiler, but I guess everybody's been talking about it now. So yeah, he regenerated at the end of his at the end of the last season, which was only his second season, or yeah, I guess if you count specials. And he had his run was way shorter than it should have been. And yeah, I guess they had to scramble to rewrite the way the episode was going to end, because it was in question whether or not they were going to commit to another season, and he was concerned about finding work, because he's an actor. He has to be in things to get paid and make a living, and that's understandable. But he was like, okay, if you're not gonna, I'm passing up other offers to be in Doctor Who, and if Doctor Who is not going to commit to another season, I'm going to go somewhere else to make my living. And that's what I've been told. That's what I've read happened. I don't know how much of that is accurate or not, but it's just corporate meddling and just corporate bullshit. And yeah, so they had to scramble to find a reason for him to regenerate at the end of his last episode, and response has been mixed to this development, to say the least. But yeah, so we have all of our Doctor Who doctors. I think out of these, my favorite one is probably 12. And I really like how the War Doctor came out. And I've redone 4's scarf like 12 times, and it just, I don't know, I can't get it to read. It just looks weird when you zoom out. I don't know, maybe it's not as bad as I think. Maybe I'm just being overly critical of myself. I do that a lot, but yeah. And yeah, there's a whole bunch of Star Wars characters, and I had to stop myself from adding more because I have too many already. And I just recently was looking down the list, and I thought, yeah, I have Boba Fett, why don't I just do some recoloring and make a Jango Fett? And while I've got the Mandalorian characters here, I'll make Bo-Katan, and then I can use the helmet as a template for other Night Owl Mandalorian helmets if I decide to make those. But yeah, Jango Fett is actually the first prequel character to join this collection. I have a whole bunch of original trilogy, a whole row of sequel trilogy, and then Thrawn is there because I wanted to, well, so I originally had this last row be like the characters from the shows. So I had the Mandalorian and the Acolyte characters down here, and I had Thrawn down here. But then I made the Jango Fett sprite, and I was like, well, he should be with the Mandalorian characters, but he's a prequel character, so he should get his own row because he's the first prequel character that I've added, unless you count Yoda. But yeah, I didn't make Yoda. I didn't make these sprites with any of their prequel versions in mind. So yeah, I kind of wanted to organize them by some measure. So I had like the original trilogy, the prequel trilogy, or the sequel trilogy, and then the characters from the show. But then I made Jango Fett, and that kind of just threw off my whole organization scheme. And I was like, well, I could just start making more prequel characters, because there's like 80 Jedi that I could make and add to this whole lineup, and there's still a bunch of original trilogy characters that I could be adding, and I'm like, no, I have too many Star Wars characters already, and I haven't even remade half of the original sprites like I wanted to, so I kind of had to just be like, stop it. Do the other thing first, and then you can make all the Star Wars characters when you've actually remade everything first. And if these characters look familiar, that's because these are the Dark Forces characters and Jedi Knight. So there's all the Dark Jedi, because that was before all the evil Force users were just Sith. So in Dark Forces 2, we had Jarek and his gang of Dark Jedi, because the lore wasn't really cleared up yet, so it wasn't really sure. Nobody was really sure. It's like, so are Darth Vader and the Emperor like a special kind of evil Jedi, or are they Sith and everybody else is not a Sith, even if they're the dark side? So yeah, so they also had all these different colored lightsabers. I was about to say that it might have been the first time that other colors of lightsabers were ever shown, but then I remembered that there have been a whole bunch of Expanded Universe comics, and there was probably at least one where somebody had like a yellow lightsaber or a purple one, so yeah, but I'm at least 80% sure that Dark Forces 2 was the first time somebody was shown like on screen in live action using a non-standard at the time colored lightsaber, but I could also be wrong about that. So yeah, all the Dark Jedi and 8088. Mara Jade's just kind of randomly in there, so because my introduction to Mara Jade was from Mysteries of the Sith, which was like the sequel expansion to Dark Forces 2. So even though her official introduction was like in the Thrawn trilogy Expanded Universe books, I just put her with the Dark Forces characters. And then there's Taviana Desan from Jedi Outcast. Okay. Oh yeah, and of course, I posted these OCs all on the Discord not too long ago. So yeah, there's Liko, Zanshlu, Buddy, Taylor, York, Shadowy Figure, and then there's Dr. Taranta from the game that I'm working on. I've been working on Antimatter Raider for like way too long, like to the point where it's like I keep running into problems that I keep running into new problems and then fixing those and discovering that there's another problem, and it's just, how does anybody make a goddamn game? Like, seriously. I mean, I guess the main answer is usually most games are made by more than one person, but even still, like, actual single developer indie games, like, how the hell do they do it? Okay. Oh yeah, and then there's Mina. One of the few characters who gets special eyes. So there's also Cloud and Sephiroth have their Mako eyes, and Thrawn has his red eyes. But yeah, for the most part, like, every character who doesn't have like a helmet or a mask or is not some kind... Oh yeah, Bach also has red eyes. They're darker red. Yeah, for the most part, like, every character who has human eyes and it doesn't wear like a mask or whatever just has the signature 4 black pixels, or sometimes I give them eyebrows to give them a little more of an expression. And it's kind of, I don't know, it's like that expression when I give them the eyebrows, just that one extra pixel, it, like, you can almost see it like change depending on the character, because like if you know what the character is like, you kind of know their attitude. So in some cases it can look like, oh, that character looks angry, or that character looks like kind of smug or indifferent or whatever, or just I think it's kind of interesting how just that tiny little detail combined with what you know about the character already just kind of helps you interpret the expression of like I don't know, like 8 pixels, 2, 4, 6, 10, 10 pixels, and you can just kind of infer a lot about the character's expression just from what you know about them and those few little pixels. Okay. I've rambled for like an hour now, right? Almost. Well, no, because I waited like, I don't know, 15 minutes to actually start this stream. So yeah, it's probably closer to like 45 minutes of just rambling. Anyway, so let's maybe just go down the line, I guess. So this isn't the original file, by the way. I just copied and pasted this so I could mess with it if I needed to. So let's just delete that whole row because I don't need to remake those. I've already made the comic shorts characters who are still relevant. And yeah, there's various versions of Liko the human as well. So this was the original one where I had the blue hoodie, and then I guess this is like college Liko, so I had really messy hair and didn't really worry too much about my appearance, and I had a black jacket. I still have a black jacket, but it's like a weather-proof jacket kind of thing. So I usually only wear it when it's really cold or if it's like raining. So yeah, and then this is more like current me. So I maintain my facial hair and stuff a little more. And I have a red hoodie that I wear now. So you probably would think that given the amount of blue that I use in like everything, all of my branding and you know, Liko the robot's got his blue head and everything, you would probably suspect that my favorite color is probably blue. And you would be forgiven for thinking that, but it's actually red. And it has been red for a very long time. It's pretty much always been red. I do like blue, though. Like, I guess blue would be like my second favorite color, but yeah. Well, I don't know. I just. So the main reason, like all of my branding and everything is blue, is pretty much entirely based on a random decision I made while making the original version of Liko, who was, if you have spent any time in my archive where I talk about all of, you know, everything that I've ever done and in excruciating detail, Liko is originally a Bionicle character. And on the Bionicle fan forum BZ Power, people used to make a lot of sprite comics. There were a couple of pixel artists who made these little sprite kits where you had all these characters in different poses, and people just made really stupid, silly, crazy, random sprite comics. And I was like, I want to do that, so I started doing that. And I wanted to make a character who could be me. And I didn't really have like a design in mind. I basically was like, well, I'll make my guy all of the Bionicle colors, so he'll be white, blue, green, black, brown, and red, because that's cool. You know, he's a original character. Do not steal. He's special. He gets to be all the colors or whatever. Blue's Arzan's favorite. Is good color. Red is okay too, though. That's fine. Yeah, I like blue just fine. the only reason I use it as much as I do is because of that random decision to make Liko mask when he was a Bionicle character blue and not like red or white or green or brown like the rest of his body was. Like, where do I have let me see. Probably comics. BZP. Yes, I do have a BZ Power folder. Yeah, there it is. Original Liko Nua. So yeah, he had the blue mask, white body, green arms, black hands, red legs, brown feet, and green eyes. So yeah, when we eventually stopped drawing Liko as a Bionicle character, and he started becoming his own original character, I wanted to keep the blue mask thing, so that's why he still has the blue head, even though the rest of his body is just generic robot metal. And he still has the little yellow light that the Bionicle characters had in their movies, where they made them a little more animatable and expressive. And not gonna lie, when those movies started coming out and they were revealing the redesigned characters, I was not a fan at the time. But they grew on me, and I do kind of, like, I did kind of grow to accept them, even if I wasn't the biggest fan of the way they redesigned them, but yeah. And then they made the fourth one where they made them more Lego-like instead of more like the redesigned characters, and I was like, I get why they redesigned them now. These do not look very good when they move around and do things. So yeah. On top of all the other problems the fourth Bionicle movie had, I think the big part was unredesigning the characters. So yeah, but yeah, that was why Liko ended up with a blue head, just kind of a random choice I made all those many years ago, and I just stuck with it, and I was like, well, the blue head stands out. It kind of gives him more character. It makes him a little more unique than other robots. And I guess blue will just be Liko's signature color, even though my favorite color is red. And my favorite... It's kind of funny because you would think that my favorite color being red, my favorite Bionicle characters would be the red ones. But also, not so. I actually hated all of the fire characters in Bionicle, because I liked the ice characters, the white ones, Kopaka in particular, because he had a badass looking mask and he had the sword and shield and everything, and I was like, this is the coolest character ever. I don't want any other character getting any story time in the comics or movies or whatever. And yeah, I kind of developed a grudge against the fire characters, because they seem to get a lot more story time in like the comics and movies and all that than the characters that I liked. So I was like, well, I guess I just hate Tahu now, because he gets to do all the cool stuff, and Kopaka just keeps getting into trouble and getting thrown off cliffs and having to save himself, and getting his powers drained by bad guys and having to be saved by everybody else. And I'm like, stop making Kopaka a little bitch. He's the coolest character, not just because he's the ice character. And that always bugged me. So I was like, yeah, I hate all the red characters now. All the fire characters in Bionicle, I hate them. And I accept them now. Like, I don't just arbitrarily hate them anymore. Like, it's another thing I just sort of got over. I'm like, it's kind of silly to just keep hating on them, but like I mentioned making the Sprite comics on the BZ Power forums, and people would always pick a character to make the dumb one, the idiot, like basically to be a stand-in for like whatever stupid cartoon characters were popular at the time. So there'd be like Gurr or Cosmo from Fairly Odd Parents, or Ed from Ed, Edd and Eddy. That's the wrong screen. But yeah, people would always, whenever somebody was making sprite comics, they would always pick like, it was, it seemed weird to me, but it always seemed to be like Pohatu, that the brown one, the stone Toa. They would always make him like stupid, like the idiot character. And I was like, well, I don't like that. I like Pohatu. I mean, I don't like him that much more or less than any of the other characters, but I don't like Tahu, so I'm going to make Tahu the idiot character in my comics. And yeah, I guess, I don't know. It just, that was how 12-year-old Liko brain worked at the time. So yeah, let's actually start doing some goddamn pixel art instead of just talking about it. So yeah, I'll just go down the line and start with these Helsing characters. We got Alucard, Ceres, and Integra. So should I think most of the time when I want to make a new character, I will find a character who already looks... Whoops. Oh, shit. How did that... Oh, god damn it. Hold on. Undo, 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 undo. Okay. I wasn't thinking, and I magic wanded the white away from this, and I didn't realize that I forgot to turn contiguous back on, so it would only select this stuff. And I didn't realize that the other characters had white in them in some places, especially my big Mog sprite, who's kind of the standout for deviating from the original miniature design, but I don't know, I still like him. I mean, we also have the Dalek and the Weeping Angel, but yeah, as far as characters being diverging from the intended style, Mog and Red 13 kind of stand out, and the Dalek. Weeping Angel a little bit, mostly because of the wings make it wider than the others, but yeah. Anyway, like I was saying, when I want to make a new character, sometimes I'll start from the template just from scratch, or I actually have a Jedi robe template there from when I was making the Acolyte characters, because they have the yellow under the yellow tunic or whatever under the robes. So yeah, I just made a Jedi template there. And when and if I ever get around to making the prequel characters and Jedi and stuff, I can probably change that into a more standard Jedi tunic, or I can just copy Obi-Wan's actually, because I think he's the only character I have in a original Jedi robe. But yeah, even Ron from Dark Forces 2 had a variation of the Jedi outfit. Yeah, so I was gonna look for... I want to make Alucard, so I'm gonna see if I have somebody who might be in some kind of long coat or something. Maybe one of the doctors. Let me see. I think 8 might work. I think I can... Whoops. I think I can turn 8th Doctor into Alucard. So let's bring these over here to where I have my palettes. So first things first, we're going to do a little bit of erasing, because Alucard does not have spectacularly long hair. Well, he kind of has long hair. I don't know. Let's just start with the hat. It's kind of a wide brim hat. Actually, I can just... Does that work? No, it's like a flat top hat. Why did I... Let's see here. It's kind of more like that. Yeah. Let's see some references here. Make this a little more accurate than the original. So we'll do that. That's probably fine. And then we have the black hair. And we're starting off with another character who gets kind of non-traditional eyes because he has his glasses. Do I want to make them black outlined, or do I want to give them... That doesn't quite look right. Let me... Maybe it will look better when I get more of the character to it. So he has like a little... I guess kind of like a tie, and then we'll just fill in that with black. He does not seem to wear a belt. It's actually kind of just one... No, it's... He has like a vest or something that he wears under his coat, and then a white shirt that goes under that. So we'll do... Whoops. Do. Yeah, that's coming together already, actually. Nope. Yeah. We'll go one darker, and then we'll use that for that. Yeah, because he has, like, knee-high kind of boots, so actually we'll do that. Hey. That's already happening. Yeah, but the hair is not. I'm gonna do it like that. That looks weird. And that is kind of crazy how that just sort of happened right away. Usually I have to do a little bit of finagling to get a design to come together, but that just happened. Maybe that's a good sign for things to come. I guess we can just start getting more details in there. Oops, let's try... No, that doesn't quite... Want more detail there. Can we do that? No, that looks very off. Maybe if we bring that in 1 and 1 and 1. I don't hate it. Just, there's... Keep messing around with the little vest there. I mean, I have 3 shades of red. There we go. That's why I was having kinda... I was feeling a little iffy, but I realized I wasn't using a whole shade of red yet. That was why it was not quite popping. That's better. Well, alright then. I'm gonna say that's Alucard already. Oops. Cool. We can delete that and see about... Why does that happen? Sometimes when I... Oh, okay. Sometimes when I try to grab something in Aseprite, I accidentally grab the border and it lets you drag the selection thing around. Huh. I wondered why that kept happening, and now I know how to not let that happen. Alright, let's see what we can... Okay, so there's 2 different versions of Ceres's outfit. One is yellow and one is blue. Aside from the color, it looks like it is the exact same. So, do I want to just go for remaking the original and keep the blue, or do I want to make a more different one and actually make it yellow? Or I could do both. Both is good. Let's see. Do I have any characters that are remotely similar in outfit? Did Lobot lose a... Hang on. Background... Oh. Okay. That's interesting. I made the background like this grayish purple because I thought it was the only color that none of the characters have, but I forgot Lobot has a little bit of that grayish purple, so it looks like his feet kind of disappear when I turn the background layer off. Huh. Well, I'm not worried about it. I know the pixels are there, even if they don't appear. Let's see. Might have to do this one from scratch. Nothing's jumping out at me. Maybe, actually... Maybe Tifa. Maybe Tifa can be a base for Ceres. She looks like weirdly taller than Alucard. I think it's because of the hair, because the eyes... Oh, maybe she actually is taller. Did I make Tifa taller than the other sprites? Well, she lines up with everybody else. Did I somehow make Alucard shorter? Or is the 8th Doctor, or the Doctor sprites shorter? Let's investigate this curious discrepancy. No. That should line up. What did I do? The hands line up. What the Is it just the hat making Alucard look shorter? Let's see, so the eyes would be these top. Oh no, they do line up. Okay. Huh. Weird. I don't know why he just looks short, but I did need to give him a bit of a collar too. I forgot about that. I can't stop seeing how short he looks next to Tifa. That's so weird how that happened. Okay, well, let's turn Tifa into Ceres. Start with the haircut. Oh, I didn't decide if I wanted to do blue or yellow for the uniform. I guess I'll just do blue since the original that I made was based on the blue one. So we need the blonde hair palette. I think that's this one. Okay. Yeah. So let's just do all of that. And the sort of blonde. And we can kind of give it a little bit of spiky. Yeah, and I think if I did make the outfit yellow, it would probably kind of get a little messy because her hair is also sort of. Wait, is that? No, that's the blonde. There we go. Should I do there? Oh, I got a ton of blues in my palette, so. And she has that. And then she also has white gloves. So we can do that and that. And she also has socks that go up, but I don't quite have the space for that. What if I go across that way for the belt? Guess that kind of works if I do it in like that. I don't know. Just kind of spitballing stuff here for Matt for now. Let's do down. There's not really room for a lot of detail, but does have a red badge of some kind and a red armband? Some color of armband. Looks like it might be a dark red. Put that there, and then she has little shoulder thingamajigs, is the technical term. As long as her hair doesn't kind of mess up the... doesn't mess up how it reads with the rest of the stuff. Wait, is that... So that's the lightest one? Yeah, okay. Should be like that. Okay, I was about to say I'm not loving this hair, but when I zoom out, it doesn't look too bad. I can keep kind of messing with it. No, that's too much. Needs to keep the roundness. It's sort of like it just kind of goes down over her head and then kind of comes out from the back. Like this is, that's the reference I've got. I guess that's from the, oh, it's not the Helsing wiki, huh? Is it? It's on All Worlds Alliance. I don't know what that is. Maybe there. I don't know, it's just the hair isn't hairing. Does that work? Maybe that works. Or I can... Yeah, I think that's a little better. And she has like a black or red, kind of hard to tell from the references. Let's see, can I... Oh, there's a good... There we go. Oh, this is from Reddit. Oh, they have the actual, like, concept model sheets. That's very handy. I guess that's what these are. Source Victoria sheets 1 through 3. Okay, so this is the thing I need to be using for a reference. And it is like, it's like a red armband or something. Like a very dark red. Okay. Do I even have a darker red? Why didn't I put these in the red palette? I could have been using these. Sometimes, apparently, I forget to add a color to my little palette over here when I make it. I know I have the whole palette over here, but it's just a little more convenient to have stuff a little closer to where I'm actually actually doing stuff sometimes. So yeah, that's... If we do that, just kind of a collar. And sometimes getting a lot of detail is easy, and sometimes it is not. Let's try, see what happens when we get that extra shade of blue in there. Does that work a little better? I think that does. It's lacking some color in the... But then when I do that, it looks like it's part of her hair, so I kind of have to... I have to either take the hair in or lose some detail on the outfit. Huh. Should have known it wouldn't be easy when Alucard came together immediately. Maybe, actually. That kind of works. I'm gonna call it on Ceres. Alright. Let's see if we can find something for Integra. Easy. It's just kind of a suit, and I can probably rework another one of the doctors. Let's see here. Maybe one? Yeah, we'll see what we can do here. And there's the sort of greenish, kind of olive green. So if we just do that, and that, and that, and that, all of that is now green. Oh, I mean, that's definitely the green I need, but I need to kind of start with the darkest and go darker from there, so let's see here. If we go a little more to the into the green and then down. Yep. And then a little more into the green and then down some more. That might be a little too much. We'll see. So this is now the primary green. And then we have the lighter shade. And the darker shade there. And actually it does... It's kind of like Alucard's vest, where it just sort of comes all the way down to the legs there. And then she has a royal blue neck thing. I don't know what that actually is. It's like a... It looks like a tie, but it's kind of not... Oh, there's also a version where she's in a... Wait, so is it... Okay, so I think that's the difference between the original and Ultimate, is some of the characters have different designs, so that's why Ceres has a blue uniform and also a yellow one in... I don't know which is which. I think... Oh, man. I don't even want to guess. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I was working off a reference where her little tie thing is blue. Kind of looks like that might be the original anime version and not Ultimate. I don't know. We do that. Does that work? I think that works. And then she has a cross on her tie at the neck there, so maybe that works. Yeah. And then we can use the slightly duller blonde and just sort of go up and around. See how that works, and then we can take that out. Oh, she does have glasses. What's the best way to do that? I did do glasses on Dr. Taranta. Maybe I can just do the same thing there. So if we take a... Hello, new friend. We are doing pixel art. What's crapping in? I just said we're doing some pixel art. So I have all these old sprites that I made a really long time. Well, not some of them are more recent than others, but I made them over a period of many years, and eventually at some point I started making them in a different style. So now I'm just going back through these old ones and remaking them in the new style. So it's a bunch of anime and video game and TV show and movie characters. And right now I'm on the Helsing characters, and I'm just about finishing up with Integra here. So I think those will be good for the glasses. Yeah, that kind of works. And we just need the hair details. That works. Style's a little bigger. Yeah, I call these my mini sprites. These were version 1, and then I made version 2 like even smaller, but like with better detail. I think it's better detail. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I've been making these for a while now too. But yeah, the main idea was that they would be smallish and have sort of like chibi proportions and whatnot. Something's not... Something's not quite done here. What am I... Ah. The pants are the same color as the top part. That's why it didn't look quite right. But now it looks even more off. How did I do that for Alucard's outfit? So if I do that, like that, that, that. How long have I been doing pixel art? Oh boy. Um, hmm. Well, actually, since 2004, because if I am correct in my assumption that the Star Wars characters that I remade to start doing this style, uh, when I found those in the backups, they were dated 2004. And I think that was my first time ever doing pixel art before I even knew that it was called pixel art and all that. So since at least 2004, I don't think I had made anything before that. I might have messed around with pre-assembled, pre-made sprites a little bit before that, but as far as actually making my own, I'm going to say that's probably it. Because, yeah, so in 2014, I found these sprites from 2004 in some old backups, and I thought it would be fun to remake them, so I did that, and, oh, hello there. God, that always catches me off guard. I forgot I had that set for my alert thing. What was I... Yeah, I just remade these Star Wars sprites to sort of do a better version of these really old ones that I made a really long time ago, and I liked this new style, how it was coming out, so I just started making all kinds of other characters. I just made a bunch more Star Wars characters in that style, and then I just sort of started remaking some of the original, like, I called these version 1. I guess those original Star Wars could be called version 0. So these are version 2 of the miniature style. And I have a bunch of characters. And Star Wars kind of ended up dominating the version 2 collection, but I also have some Final Fantasy characters, Doctor Who characters, and a bunch of original stuff too. Some of my original characters and some of my friends' characters that we've made together and separately over the years. So yeah, but yeah, so I've been thinking about just going down the list of these original version 1 mini sprites and remaking all of them, and I just decided today's the day I'm gonna do that. So yeah, Integra. Why is this not working? God dang it. I hate it. I hate when characters have, like, pants that are the same color as the rest of their outfit. Like, it looks weird everywhere that I have to do that. Like on the Turks, like, all of their pants look weird. 10th Doctor's pants look kind of weird because he has, like, that sort of suit under his long coat. 12th Doctor doesn't look quite good. Do you do any animation, like pixel art animation or animation in general? I mean, I kind of do a little bit of everything, like, all the time. But right now I gotten back into pixel art because the W place thing started taking off, and I was like, oh, that'll be fun to get back into pixel art. But I've also been doing stuff for a game that I've been trying to make myself. They all look fine. If you say so. I think the silent kind of looks a little weird too, but yeah, I don't know. I'll mess around with Integra a little bit more and then call it. Do you like the base A-Sprite theme? I did not know there were other themes available. I didn't know that it could be changed. So, I mean, I do like it. I've just kind of gotten used to it because I've been using it for a while now. But I actually didn't know that there were other themes that it could be changed. Maybe I'll look into that sometime and see. Because I actually found out that you can use different. There are different themes that you can download for and use for Blender, and I kind of thought that was a little fun when I started doing it. I found a dark blue one. Control K and go to themes. There you are. Oh, there's a dark version. Oh, is that the default? Wait, why is it not? Sprite extensions. Oh. Neat. So, wait, does it not? It's not changing. Oh well. I'll look into that more later. Okay. Well, I guess I got the Helsing characters done now. They do they need accessories? Double click. Oh. Okay, that is weird. Huh. Yeah, I'll stick with the default for now. Let's see here. Close that. Did I... I guess I didn't have an accessory for Integra, but I did have... Actually, I do kind of like how Alucard's gun turned out there. I might just straight up copy that. I don't think anything really needs to change about it. Other than, let's... Oops. Clockwise, counterclockwise. What am I doing? Alright, come on. One more. There we go. And it does look a little big compared to the Star Wars blasters, but let's see. Alucard guns. He does have two. It looks like the one with the brown handle is actually the dark one. So I just need to reskin this. So let's do that. That, and get there. There. Yeah, didn't even have to actually do much for that. My brain's farting. What am I about to do? Right, okay. I was gonna look for a reference for Ceres Victoria's giant-ass cannon, because, as everybody knows, bitches do love cannons. The Harkonnen, right. Oh, there's helpful concept sketches. Okay, but that's... okay, it's kind of big. I mean, I knew it was kind of big, but I didn't think about translating that into a tiny pixel art thing where the accessory might turn out bigger than the actual character. Let's see here. I think I can jigger York's Tommy gun into something resembling this. What is the coloring like? It's mostly silver and maybe that's brass bits on it. So if we do this, move the handle down. And is that... dang it, the lighting in the one shot the wiki has of this thing being used. It's... wait, gallery. Gallery? No? Spirit of the Harkonnen. What? Why is there not a... this is the Helsing wiki. Why is there not more reference material for this? Dang it. Let's see. Helsing Harkonnen. Find me some references, preferably color references, not from the black and white manga. Variation of the... okay, that's a little better, I guess. It looks darker. And it also seems to have a kind of a military green finish, almost like Integra's outfit. So I might be able to just do this for that. And then we'll do that. It needs to be longer. Okay. And then we can do this part along the bottom to there. I have no idea how well this is going to read. Oh, not too bad, actually. Maybe not the same as Integra's. Oops. Maybe that. Yeah. And then there's like brass bits here and there. Maybe brown and... no, that's not right. How about that? And that is better, I think. It should be darker. Darker, darker, darker still. There we go. Got it. Eventually. Looks better filled in like that. It's not quite accurate, but I don't think it needs to be fussed over too much. Oh, actually, the handle is not green like the rest of it. It is, in fact, dark black. Dark gray. Blackish. Slightly duller. There we go. And yeah, I think that works. I think that might be the biggest accessory for any of the characters so far. Well, actually no. Gork's lightsaber is massive. I believe it is officially referred to as a light club rather than a lightsaber. And Kylo Ren's isn't on the small side either. And the light whip is kind of... like, in terms of just taking up, like, pixel space, it might actually be the longest. Let's see. Nope. Gork's lightsaber actually still beats it by about 4 or 5 pixels. Huh. Well, okay. We're done with the Hellsing characters now. So who are we moving on to? Let's erase that. This isn't the original file. I'm not deleting anything from it. I just copied it into a new Asebrite file so I could make notes or erase things without destroying the original if I needed to. So, yeah. Let's actually copy the Code Geass characters now. There they are. So I have 4 versions of Lelouch, or you could say 2 of Lelouch and 2 of Zero. I'm probably just gonna do Lelouch and Zero and not those variations. And I actually did C2 in both of her costumes. I think that's Season 1 and Season 2 for C2's outfits. Some of the few characters I actually did those kind of variations with, now that I think about it. The only other ones where the same character shows up multiple times in different forms, I have Ichigo and Hollow Mask Ichigo, Visor Ichigo, and Hollow Ichigo, which is, I think, maybe could be considered a separate character. Maybe not. I don't know. It's been forever since I watched Bleach, so I don't know exactly where they went with developing his powers. I just know he keeps getting stronger. It's like Dragon Ball Z, where it's like, you know, like Arc 5 Ichigo could just absolutely obliterate anything from the first arc of the story. You know, it's like this character early on in the series was presented as this huge threat, and at this point in the story currently, the main character is like so strong. It's like when an early boss in a game shows up later in the game as a normal ass enemy. You know, it's kind of like that when you think about like anime power scaling in some shows. Like Dragon Ball Z and Bleach, I think, are kind of the ones where I definitely started catching on. It's like, okay, they're just making these characters stronger, and it's like, well, what if like Cell Saga Gohan had to fight Frieza Saga Frieza? It's like there wouldn't even be like a. It would be no contest. This little kid with this power unlocked now could just obliterate any of these early season threats. And it's one way to show that a character is growing and becoming stronger, but it kind of gets to the point where, if you think about it, it's ridiculous to just keep getting that much stronger. And I think the concept of the power level and assigning a number to it really didn't do Dragon Ball Z any favors regarding how the characters become stronger over time and all that. I just went off on a tangent. I was talking about characters in the original mini sprite collection that had variations, and I think the Code Geass characters and Ichigo were like the only ones. I guess Kurotsuchi and dissolving into slime Kurotsuchi, because he did that in one episode, and then for some reason that was the thing I remembered him doing when I made these sprites of the Bleach characters. And I guess, I don't know, if anybody watching is up to date on Bleach and what all the characters have turned into since I stopped watching, which was like at the end of, God, I don't remember what the last like major plot development was. I think they had just, like, the main characters had just gone into like the Hollow World because Aizen kidnapped Orihime or something. I think that's the last major plot development I remember before I stopped watching it. Like, I got distracted or I missed an episode and was like, oh, I'll watch it later and catch up later, and then I never did, and before I know it, like 5 more arcs have passed and all these new characters, and I guess Aizen is still the bad guy, or maybe not. I don't know. But yeah, for some reason at the time, I'm pretty sure when I made these characters, it was still when I think it was well into like the Soul Society arc. Like, they had just gone there and were fighting the captains, and some of the captains were fighting each other because some of them were like, we should help Aizen, or we should stick to the laws and everything that we've had for all this time. I don't remember what the main conflict was. I know Aizen turned out to be a bad guy. He like faked his death or something. And I remember, I think it was Ichimaru was it Tosin and Ichimaru who joined Aizen to be bad guys? I don't remember. Maybe I will have to get caught, like rewatch Bleach and get caught up sometime. I don't know, it's been going on for so long, and I'm just like, I don't know if I want to reinvest myself in this again. So yeah. Anyway, Code Geass characters. We got Lelouch and C2. 2 versions of C2. And Zero, who is Lelouch in a mask and outfit. This one might be easier to just start from a template, the base template. So let's do that. And actually, Lelouch is another one who gets a special eye thing, because he does have his purple Geass thing in the original. So let's do purple red. That's kind of too light. Let's go 1 down. There. Or maybe that. Maybe just make it purple. I only have 2 pixels to work with instead of the 3 that I had in the original, so Maybe the purple works. Let's pull up a reference just for the hell of it. Lelouch Lamp Rouge. Lelouch v Britannia. References. There's a bunch of screenshots and none of them are like just the character. There we go. Of course, every single media franchise has its own individual wiki now, so... Oh, the Gias wiki looks pretty nice, actually. Oh, it's not a fandom wiki, that's why. Huh. That's interesting. So we have Zero, Student... Oh, they have references for, like, all the different versions of him. Cool. That makes things easier. Unfortunately, Lelouch's like school uniform is another one of those where the pants and the top are like the same color, and that's just annoying to me. Should I try to make the mini sprite like weird and skinny, like how the artist draws the Gias characters, the Code Geass characters? I don't know if I can really do that. I only have like 1 pixel to work with, and even in some of them the arms are already only a single pixel, so maybe that wouldn't work out very well. Let's see here. He does have actual shoes, unlike the boots that all the other characters I've made so far have been wearing. So that makes this a little easier. And yet... Okay, so let's do... Is it black or is it like a very dark blue? It's definitely black. Like a very, very dark gray. That's better. That works. And belt. Kind of across the middle. It's a little higher than it would be. Oops, that's... Is that the same? Why do I have 2? Oh, it's not. I thought I had 2 of the same shade of dark gray, but one is very slightly darker. Huh. Actually, that's not terrible. And then I need some kind of gold, but not bright gold. It's a very dark, kind of blends in to the rest of it. Actually, I think that works. Huh. That's another one where it kind of just came together all of a sudden. Can I get a... I have so many different shades of like yellow and gold, and get one that's not almost a puke green. Yeah, I guess that works. And now for the hair. Oh, the hair. This is going to be too much black. It's going to be kind of messy. Actually, It is kind of the same style as Saris's hair. I might be able to work with that. So I just do that, and then I need to make the eye purple again. Oh, but that's not quite gonna work because I can't have it over the eye because the eye is also black. But if we do that... Oops. Alright, suddenly it stopped coming together when I tried to do the hair. Dun, 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 dun. What is this? The ink spots all of a sudden? What is... Vintage romance. Huh. Almost sounded like the opening to I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire. Let's see. If I do that and just add in the details. Not 100% in love with how Lelouch is turning out all of a sudden. No, definitely has to be the... If the Gios eye is going to be a different color, it has to be purple. It can't just be red. Either purple and red, or just purple, not just red. If we move these up like that. What color are his eyes normally? They're normally purple. Is that right? Does Lelouch just normally have purple eyes? And the Gios is like a glowing... kind of a pinkish red. Huh. Well... I might need to make a new color then. I can use the pink here and push it a little more. And then what if I just make his other eye actually purple? That looks very weird. I'm gonna say never mind on that. It's not working. Why? Why is it not working? So we do that and that, and then take those out. That. Just keep messing with it until it works, or I give up. Oh, it does kind of come around the back of his head, but I don't want it blending into his outfit too much. that back out there. Maybe if I just make the whole thing one bigger and rounder. That looks awful. Never mind. Well, oh, excuse me. Let's call it on the loose. That almost came together and then it fell apart. Oh, I guess I can delete the Helsing characters that I don't need anymore. Alright. I'm sure 0 will be easier, because I don't have to worry about hair. And I can just copy Lelouch and use him as a base. So the mask... I might even actually be able to just copy the mask directly. Would it fit? It's a little big for the mini sprite. Not a problem. Let's see. Let's find a decent reference for 0. Okay, so his cape goes around his shoulders, and it is black on the outside, red on the inside, with gold trim. That's a lot of detail. I'm probably not going to worry too much about all that. His main outfit is purple, and I made it mostly blue for some reason in the original mini sprite. Wonder if I had a different reference or something. Oh, there's a cosplay outfit for him that definitely is blue and not purple like it should be. Maybe that was what I was using as a reference at the time when I made the original one. Alright, well, okay, so the helmet is black with the purple circle in the middle. So let's just make his whole head black to start with. We'll leave that point in the middle for reference. I do not have a lot of purple in my palette. Huh. I should have more than that. Especially because I did Acolyte characters, and one of them has a purple cloak. I have been slacking on adding these colors to my palettes when I make them. That's 3 whole shades of purple that I didn't have before. Or that I did have, but didn't add to my palette over here. Alright, 0. Let's see here now. Do. Little bigger. Not too much bigger. Well, actually, it does kind of take up... Okay, is the visor blue or purple? Because I'm seeing some screenshots where it's definitely blue and some where it looks more purple. Maybe that's the lighting of the shot. It actually might... Well, god dang it. Is it blue or purple? Is it blue or purple? The outfit is definitely purple. I'm going to say the visor should also be purple, like I did in the original version. And there's also... it's also kind of pointy. And that's not quite right. Let's just do that. Yeah. And then we can put a little shiny bit on it. Maybe just there and there. Yeah. Okay. He has a very big collar. And the whole cape is red on the inside. Let's actually make the purple part first so it's not clashing with the rest of the helmet. Excuse me. And his shoes are also purple. They match the rest of the outfit. And he has black gloves. Easy enough. Do. Just do some little more detail there. Yeah. I like it. Okay. I had a feeling this one might come together a little more readily than regular old Lelouch back there. Oh. Purple, slightly darker purple. And then we have some gold to put on there. Which kind of goes from the top down and sort of splits and goes along his legs. That seems off. Yeah. Is that the gold I was using? It's definitely purple. It has to be purple. Maybe that's not quite the right purple. Maybe I can make it a little more blue. Just have to add some colors to my palette. Let's go more blue, more into indigo territory. Let's see if that is better. It's kind of a dark bluish purple, but I don't know. I just don't know. Let's see if this works a little better. That should be darker. Oh, if I didn't know better, I'd say I made the exact same one, which is not what I wanted to do. Make that. No, that's still just the same purple. Need to be more in blue territory for sure. So if we go... and then we go... that might be too much blue. Maybe not. Okay, well, let's just give him his cape. That'll cover up most of the stuff that I don't like anyway. So let's just do that. And it is dark red on the inside, so we'll do that. And wait, there. And then the big old collar comes out of the side there. Well, I don't like that at all, really. Damn it. I know it has gold trim, but that's too light. It's not right. It's way too much. Maybe that'll work. Nope. That's even worse. Damn. How did I really didn't. I was wondering how I did it on the original one, and I just didn't even bother. I just made him have his cape behind him when it kind of is supposed to go around his shoulders. Oh, excuse me. I am not loving how Zero is turning out either. That's annoying. Wait, was that? Okay, and then... so then that goes there, and around to his... maybe if I do a little bit of black around the collar of the cape. That's what I was afraid of. The black of the mask is running into the black on the cape, and it's getting messy. Ugh. That is unacceptable. Okay. Let's trash it. I like the helmet, but everything else is not coming together. So we are trashing that. Is that right? 1, 2. Yeah. Okay. So, I like the helmet. Can I find somebody with maybe maybe Sephiroth? I'm thinking about characters with like capes or coats that I can adjust. Actually, maybe Vincent, because he has his cape that kind of comes up around his shoulders and across his face. I might be able to work with that. Let's see. So if I just put the helmet there, and then I turn all this red black. To about there. And then here I start making it the purple, but he does have black gloves. Losing where I am. Okay, those are the legs, and the rest just goes that way. Okay. Okay. This might actually kind of work. So if I take that part out, and we do the gold trim along there, but we make this black, or this red, and we just make his whole collar and cape and everything behind him the red. And I don't worry too much about what should be black and what should be red. Oops, what did I do there? I added something wrong. Or actually, maybe if we just do that, that, and that, and that. It looks kind of cool, but it's not reading as the character it's supposed to be. Well, maybe. Maybe it kind of is. What if we ditch the gold on the upper cape? Grr. Oh. Okay. He does have like a little, one of those fancy neck ruffle thingies. Maybe that can break it up a little bit. I don't know why I wasn't paying that close attention to that. If I break it up a little bit with that, it might actually help the rest of it work out. So if I just do black along the edges of the cape, kinda... I know it should be gold, but I don't think it would work. I might just go straight dark purple. See, in this reference, his outfit is blue. Damn it. It's like a grayish purple. It's almost like the background that I have here, but darker. Maybe if I take that and start with that as a sort of base. Yeah, actually, I think that might be the move. That might be it. So if I do that, and up into that. Maybe? Come on, just start doing something. Start looking like it's supposed to. I can't figure why this isn't working out. Dark blue, maybe. Maybe that'll help it read a little better if the cape has bits of dark blue in it. Kind of, a little better. He needs the gold on his outfit, but it's too much. It's overpowering. If I do it like that... I feel like I'm like that close to getting it. Something's happening here, I think. I think this might be the thing that ends up working out. Maybe. Actually, if I just go ahead and make everything the dark blue like that. Dark blue, and then... Is that the one? Yeah. Just some kind of little bits of detail here and there. No, it's definitely... It was this one. Oops. There we go. I think that's I think we're getting there now. Okay. Should that be black? No, I think the dark blue works better. I think that might be it. I think I got 0 finally. God, that was borderline unpleasant to just keep not having it work. Do a little detail, a little bit of detail, just so there's not so much straight red areas. Just have those go straight up, yeah. Yeah, okay. I think that I'm gonna say that does it for 0. Yeah, like his outfit under the cape should be purple and gold, but it definitely looks better in pixel form as this very dark blue and gold. Like, that's the only thing I can... Like, it just doesn't work with the purple. Alright. Whoops, I did that thing again where I grabbed the border. Not... Let's keep doing that. It kind of like snaps to the side of it. Maybe I keep doing that. Huh. It's annoying. Okay, so we can get rid of those, because I don't need the 0 references anymore. Now, C2 should be easier. C2 should be a lot easier. Should be. Do I have any characters who already kind of have hair like that? Not really. Actually, I might be able to use the 8th Doctor again. Yeah, I might just do that. Getting a lot of use out of the 8th Doctor as a template. I also use it to make the base for Alucard. That turned out pretty good. Okay. Evolutions. Dang it, I did it again. I keep doing that. I keep grabbing the side of the thing and moving the selection instead of what I actually selected. That's so weird. I mean, I guess it's cool because if you mess up selecting something and you don't want to actually grab it, like if I only did that and then I can just move that and then I can grab it properly, but usually if I mess up a selection, I'll just click away and do it again, so there's not really much need for that. Alright, let's see. What are we looking at for C2? Actually, maybe 8th Doctor isn't the best one to use for this because I didn't realize her hair was quite that different. I might just go ahead and do a whole new thing here. Alright. Start from scratch again. I do have quite a bit of green, so the hair should not pose a problem, and the rest of her outfit is just white and gray and a little bit of black. So let's just start by doing that first. And then a slightly darker gray. Do 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 do. All right. And is that like a coat, or does she have like... It's like she has pants over her legs, but they zip up to like the knee and open up. And she has like boots or socks or something underneath those. Actually, it looks like that's exactly what it is. That is... I never really looked too much into a lot of these character designs before, so I didn't notice a lot of details about them. Yeah, she has like zippers on her... So it looks like they go from the cuff of her pant legs all the way up to her shoulders. Like, if you unzipped it, you could just take the entire middle piece of this outfit out. But that would be kind of weird. Like, it would look strange. Huh. Huh. And she does have very, very wide sleeves. That actually just kind of go over her hands when she has them at her sides, so maybe we can just do that. But they have dark gray bits there, and she has dark gray bits on her legs and on her shoulders and across her chest and around her neck. Like that? No, that kind of looks... Yeah. Okay. Let me think here. Let me think. If we do it slightly not so dark gray. Yeah. More like that and that. Actually no, these are darker still. Yeah, they are kind of like black rather than dark gray. Let's do it like that. It does kind of come up around her neck, but it's not quite like a collar. No, that looks weird. Don't like it. It's not terrible so far. Does that work? I think it kind of does work. Alright. Enough beating around the bush. Let's figure out this hair situation. I don't think it's actually that complicated. it's more deliberately styled than the messy anime hair that Lelouch and Saris have, so it's not... Yeah. Actually, I might have it already. It just kind of goes down a ways. But it doesn't really go around her face. It just kind of goes behind it. Yeah. I think that actually kind of works. I'm not crazy about that shade of green, though. Maybe what I will do is just make another one. Make it lighter. And then do one more lighter. Yeah. Do 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 do. Yeah. That's better. And then I can do little sort of details around. Yeah, there we go. Maybe? Yeah, actually, yeah. I think bringing it down one more around her eyes. Looks off. Just a little. Yeah, I think that does it. Doesn't look half bad when I zoom out, so yeah, I think I'll call that one good. And as for this other outfit from is that right? Is that it? There we go. That's definitely it. So what is that actually like called, so I know how to find a better reference specifically for that version of her outfit. Go away, Lelouch. I don't need your references anymore. Costume for Black Battle. Black Battle costume? Is that right? Well, it has the red sort of belt around her middle there, so I'm going to guess this is probably what I was referencing when I made this first one. Black uniform. There we go. That's the one. Black Knight uniform. That's what it's... Oh, shit. Sorry. Just bump the microphone. I was trying to adjust myself. Okay. So it's her Black Knight uniform is what that is, I guess, officially called. Let's try some things here. First, she doesn't have the giant sleeves anymore. They're just normal sleeves. It looks like they are gloves, but they don't go over her hands all the way. I don't know if there's a name for that kind of glove, where it like sort of, they're not quite fingerless, but they like go over like one finger and it sort of kind of pulls it over. I don't know what that might be called. And then she has white thigh-high boots, it looks like. Yeah, those are definitely boots that go all the way up past the knees. So they are actually either white or a light gray, maybe silver. I'm going to say those are a very light gray. Hard to say for sure. But if we just do this, and then... Oops, that's the same gray. That and that. Something's not... Ah, I know what it is. Some extra pixels for the hands that weren't quite where they should be. So now if we do the hands, just normal hands. Okay, now the rest of this is black. Her hair does come down over her shoulders. So wait, does it come down the middle or do they go around her legs? They go around her legs. So there's kind of a split in the middle where it's, I guess it's like a dress. So in the original one, I kind of made it look more like a regular dress, but it's not quite that. And I don't know if that will work as well in this style. Oh, and I'm also forgetting the red belt, which was my pretty much only means of identifying this actual costume. It was the red part on it. Sort of goes across the... Maybe like that. Maybe, maybe not. I do have some darker reds that I think are also not on my palette. It does go up to her neck, but she also has a Gios symbol, a big Gios symbol across her whole chest. So it's sort of like that, I guess. 3 pixels, all I need. I don't know if it reads, but with this so far. Maybe I'll just do like I did with the original one and just make it look more like a regular dress. And I'll just kind of cut it up the middle there. Is that better? And I can have them come out and... That just looks weird. But maybe if I pull those... just bring them in one. Maybe. I think maybe I might be getting somewhere now. Sometimes just have to compromise between exact accuracy and just make something that looks okay. You know, there's that saying where it's like, make it exist first and then make it good. But in order to make this exist, I kind of have to make it good first. I have to be more concerned with it looking good than looking right. What am I doing with the shoes here? Yeah, that might be it. Maybe that's it. If I just do that. Maybe if I do have her hair just kind of go behind her a little more than it should be. And that way it won't look quite as strange. And then I can get the shoulders right. Never mind, that actually doesn't look right at all. Let's just do that in there. Yeah, this might be it. I think I got it. Just a little more detail there. Yeah, I think that works. Okay. I'm not just saying that because I want to move on, but... Yeah, alright. We got our Code Geass characters. Oh, I didn't do the pizza mascot. What's his name? Code Geass pizza mascot. Cheese-kun. Is that right? I don't think they ever actually gave him a name in the show, but... He's like that little plushie that C2 is always... like, just carrying around. Actually, I could probably just, again, just take the original here and... I mean, he's just a blob. Oops. I'm really just gonna redraw it. I wasn't planning to, but it's kind of still the same shape. Actually, it does look like he should be a little more symmetrical than that. Huh. There. And I'll give him a happy face in this one. I don't know why I gave him kind of a sad face in the original, but here we go. There, and his little hat. I actually don't have a lot of orange or anything. But he is more of a kind of a yellowish, goldish, so. Oh, there's the spam bots, huh? Ah, crap. Let's see here, let's see, how do I do this again? It's been too long since I streamed. Ban. There we go. And did that remove the message? Oops. What did I just do? Oh, went to there. Okay, how do I close this now? Go away. Ah, okay. One message was deleted. Okay, so that should be gone now. My Twitch window is not keeping up. Okay, there we go. So if I zoom in and out, how long does it take for the window to show that? Oh, I'm still making the mouth on that thing. Wow, really? That much of a delay? That's crazy. Wow. Alright then. Okay, anyway, back to it. Just need to do that and that. And doesn't quite look right. Maybe if I just take those in and kind of make him like a little Pac-Man ghost. Or maybe the other way, so it's going in, out, like that. Like a Pac-Man ghost would be. That's a little better. It does need something a little more to the hat. There. That's it. Okay. And there we go. Alright. Still not 100% happy with Lelouch. I don't know, the hair is not... The hair's not working for me, but I'm not gonna... I'm not gonna obsess over it. I'm just gonna put these guys with the rest of the new ones. I guess this will be the miscellaneous anime row. Because the next ones I have to do are from Gurren Lagann. I have Kamina and the Anti-Spiral. Alright. And I really like how that Kamina turned out the first time. Let's see if I can do it justice in the new style. Yeah, I'll just do Anti-Spiral first. I mean, I've already got Shadowy Figure over here. It was basically the same kind of character design. Actually... Anti-Spiral... does have that kind of white outline. So he's a little more distinct from shadowy figure. Oops, not what I said to do. Set Control C, Control V. There. He does have wide eyes. And his mouth is a very distinct shape, but I can't quite do that with the few pixels I have, because it would look either weird or bad or both. So let's just not even try, and just do the easy parts first. Should I just do like that? Huh, yeah, actually, I do think that kind of works. Just out of curiosity, what if I do that? Yeah, that's too much. That's overdoing it. Alright. Now all he needs is his gray outline. That might be more difficult to do than I was thinking. I can't really give him an outline because there are too many parts of the base sprite where he's only 1 or 2 pixels wide, and I need it to be like 3 pixels so it can have an outline around the black interior. This might not actually work very well. Let's see, we do a slightly lighter black. And then, whoops. If we do this. That kind of works. Actually, that works pretty well. Yeah, okay. Let's maybe make it a little bit lighter. Yeah, I was actually worried that wouldn't work very well, but it actually kind of does. Yeah, okay. Oh, anti-spiral. New record, fastest sprite time from template to actually recognizable as the character. I don't know if that's actually true. There's probably somebody here who went from template to the character in a quicker time, but I don't know who that might be. Maybe shadowy figure, actually. Okay. So we got anti-spiral out of the way, because he was going to be easy no matter what. Now, Kamina. He has anime hair. Oh. Cloud has anime hair. I mean, all the anime characters I've done so far on the stream have had anime hair, except for Alucard and Zero there, but when I say anime hair in this context, I mean spiky and messy and very annoying to make look right. What do we got for Kamina? I mean, obviously I have to do the glasses, right? But we will get to that in a minute, because first things first, I do need the hair to look mostly right. Let's see, where's a good reference? That'll work. he has the cape, no shirt. Looks like mostly black pants and a white belt and sandals. Oh, it's a white bandage belt. And he has white bandages on his forearms, too. And tattoos, but I don't know if that's gonna work for this. Well, actually, I've got all the blues right here in Cloud's shirt, so I think I can just go with a straight palette swap from Cloud Blonde to Kamina Blue. Wait. That's the wrong one to start with. Dark, 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 dark. Middle, 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 and then light blue. Huh, it doesn't... The spiky hair doesn't quite work in blue. That's strange. I can mess with it a little bit. I mean, I guess technically it should be going the other way. In most of the references, his hair goes like that way. So, can I get away with just flipping it? Sure can. Awesome. That saves quite a bit of headache. Just need to make some adjustments. Maybe that light blue isn't quite doing it. It's actually a little bit too long. It doesn't quite come down all that far past his ears, so that should work. Oh, that's too much. Too much. Not working. Okay. And of course, the glasses. Oh, I do have some orange. So this... Let's see. Best way to do this, I think, is just to do it. Yeah. It's not quite right, though. It's like almost there, but it's not. Maybe just make them bigger? Okay, and then, of course, it needs the shiny bit. What is this? Huh. Should I make the shiny bit just white? Does that work? I don't think that quite works. Dang it. feel like I had it and then I didn't have it. Does that work? Yeah, there we go. I think that's... And then can I do that? That doesn't quite look right. Okay. And then no shirt. No shoulder armor. But his cape does go over his shoulders, so I don't quite need to worry too much, but okay. Where's that other reference? So his pants are either black or a very, very dark red. Darker than that even. There. And he does have red trim there. Oh, how do I do sandals in 4 pixels? That's not something I've had to worry about yet. Well, let's give him his belt first. Yeah. Is that better, or is it better if it goes... His hair actually comes down in front of his eyes, but I don't know if I can do that with what I have here. It's almost there. It's just... well, arms, and then he has... I guess I can just kind of do it sort of barefoot. That's kind of what I'm going to have to do. I don't have the room to put sandals on him like he should have, because if I try to do that, it's just going to look weird. Maybe not. Maybe that does work. And the bandages or whatever. Oh, not too much. There we go. Alright, now for the potentially hard part. What are we gonna do about this cape? It does come out quite a bit and have a pretty big collar. And it does go over his shoulders. And he does have a little gold clasp on it. So maybe that's really all I need to do. What did I do for Zero's cape? Alright. That wasn't too bad. Just a little more detail now. If we can do the shoulders there, and then they kind of go up, and then there. Yeah. Alright. That wasn't terrible at all. One more there. Alright. Maybe I shouldn't mess with it too much after I said it was good. The glasses are not quite 100%. I need just a little bit. That loses it in the skin tone. I think that might be it. Okay. Oh, and I did need to do a little bit of touching up on the hair because I sort of messed with it when I was trying to get it kind of looking okay. Yeah, I think that works. There's our Kamina. And he does have a sword and a lot of his artwork. I don't know if he actually used it in anything in the actual show. He just kind of had it and didn't really do anything with it as far as I remember. But yeah, I can just copy the ninja sword here, and it's got a gold what's that part? The guard? Handle guard? Or dang it. I feel like I knew what that was called, and my brain is not being nice and telling me the information that I have. The sword's got gold bits on it. There. Kamina versus Viral was the only katana moment. Yeah, I seem to recall he didn't really do much with it. He just sort of posed badass with it, and there. Done and done. I could make Viral to add to the lineup here. He wasn't in the original collection, but I'll stick to remaking what I have before I start adding new characters. What time is it? Has it been 3.5 hours already? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I made 9 characters in 3 hours. Who's next? We have the Left 4 Dead characters. Alright. Interesting. Now, there really was no real rhyme or reason as to why I randomly decided to just make certain characters. Like we have Pirates of the Caribbean characters, Firefly, Lost. I mean, there's still a bunch of anime characters, but like Slenderman and Masky from Marble Hornets specifically, Isaac Clarke from Dead Space, some Half-Life characters. I mean, I guess the only real common factor is that I was a fan of these various things at the time when I was making the mini sprites and whatnot. But they're definitely not in order from when I added them to the collection, because otherwise it would have started with the Final Fantasy characters, and I'm not actually sure what were the first ones I made that weren't the Final Fantasy characters. It might have been the Bleach characters. But yeah, I don't remember like exactly when I made each of these, and I didn't put them in the collection in the order that I made them, so when inspiration strikes, make a sprite. Pretty much. And there were some of them where I had a reason, like I wanted to do something with a mini sprite that I didn't have a character for, so I would just make it. So that's why there's a few of these where I only have like one from a series. Like I still don't know why I made Admiral Thrawn and no other Star Wars characters. I feel like I must have had something in mind that I needed a Thrawn sprite for, and I didn't have it, so I just made it. And then I went on to never make another Star Wars character in this style. There's just such a random character, too. Like, I mean, I always liked Thrawn as a character. He was probably my favorite expanded universe character, and I was so happy when they brought him back into the new Star Wars canon and Rebels and all that. But yeah, whoops, save. Don't need to save this one. This is just for referring to and making notes if I need to. Okay, so Left 4 Dead characters. That's what's next on the agenda for today. But I think I've been sitting here for 3.5 hours. I should probably get up and walk around for a little bit, so I'll take that opportunity to maybe do a couple other things, and I'll be back in a couple minutes, so see you then. This shouldn't mute the music. It should just mute my mic and close the shutter, so we'll see if that works the way I hopefully set it up to. So Alright. Let's get back to it. I was away a little longer than I planned because I did not know there was food out there in the outside world. So I have a burger to eat. But I will probably keep looking at it, think I'll take a bite, and then get distracted by working on what I'm working on here. So, yeah. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna... Yep, burger. Alright. It's not a big burger either, so I will be finished with it in short time. Just jump right into making Bill from Left 4 Dead. Best character from the first game. He's got his green kind of army jacket. And he has... It's either a white shirt that is very badly stained or some kind of beige, kind of tan shirt. And then he has dark gray sort of khakis. So let's give him some pants before we do anything else. And he got boots. He's an army guy. Or maybe not army, but some military faction that I'm sure is expanded on and specified in additional media, because I know there's like a comic series and all that for Left 4 Dead that kind of follows some of the survivors of the zombie plague a little more past where their story kind of leaves off in the games. Let's see. I think I'm gonna go with kind of this white undershirt because the tan beige would kind of look weird next to the khakis there, and that's exactly what I did for the original version too, so another bite of burger. I will do my best not to chew into the microphone. I know people hate that. Actually, it doesn't... No. Alright. Beard. Beard. Little bit of hair, little bit of hair. And then he has a green hat. Actually, I can give him the kind of... the expressive eyebrows that can be interpreted so many ways depending on the character and how you perceive them. His hat's kind of, sort of lopsided a little bit, or maybe it's... I'm not sure what exact kind of style hat that would be called, but it doesn't really sit like straight on. It kind of goes off to the side, like a... I guess it's kind of like a beret, huh? But those mostly sit kind of flat and straight. Well, I guess they do kind of go off to the side. Some styles of it go off to the side, and some are just sort of like flat all around. Huh. Oops, I closed my reference. So it actually goes off to, oops, this side, like that. And he has a little emblem in the middle of it. Does that work? Maybe we can give him more hair coming out from around the sides. It's not quite coming together. Let's see. Maybe... There we go. That's it. Some detail. Actually, gray eyebrows. I think I got it. I think that works. Shading. Maybe kind of have to go a little bit around. Yeah, I think that's it. You got Bill. All right. Oh, he does need his cigarette. Boop, boop, boop. Brown. Wait. Which end does the brown part go on? I don't smoke and I never handled cigarettes, so I think that's right. The original one, it looks more like it looks like I made it more like a cigar. And there. I know why that looks like it's missing something there. It needs the burning end. Alright. I'm gonna do a little more for the smoke. There. Okay. Bill is done. Francis, you're up. are there monkeys in my music? Let's skip this one. Marching... what? Marching there and something. I know pretzel's weird. Marching there and back. Okay. Okay. Francis. Good old Francis. Hates everything. Except for vests. This should actually be pretty straightforward. Just copy another base here. He's got his beard and his mostly shaved head. He's got a little bit of hair, but he's mostly shaved. Not quite a skinhead, I guess. No matter which way I do that, it doesn't quite work. I guess that works. I gave him angry eyes in the original, but I don't have the room for that, so I'll give him the whatever eyes. And then he has white shirt. Does he wear jeans or something? Hard to tell. Those might be blue jeans. They might be very dark blue jeans, or they might just be kind of blackish. Could be a dark gray. Looks like in the original I decided that they were blue jeans, but I don't think they actually are. I think they're a dark gray, which is kind of a bit of a problem because it's gonna run into the black of his vest if I don't do it right. So let's see what we got here to work with. I'm thinking I already kind of ruined it, but and he also has the black boots. It's not the worst so far. Ah, gloves. He has fingerless gloves, but I think I'm just gonna make them regular gloves because otherwise it's kind of hard to do that. Make that darker. Darker, darker, yet darker. Alright. Maybe a little darker on the jeans. One shade. And he does have a holster with a gun in it, but I don't know if I can really make that work. I think we got Francis. with the vest being like that and like that. There we go. Now we got Francis. For sure. All right. Okay. Lewis should actually be one of the easier ones. You just copy the template, go up here to where I keep my various skin tones. Oops. Should have been middle, and then light, and then dark. And then dark and middle. Actually, he kind of has his sleeves pushed up a little bit, so they go up a little more than that. Alright. And I don't need to worry about hair, because Lewis is actually bald. Or at least, if he's not bald, he has a fully shaved head, unlike Francis, who's mostly shaved head. Irrelevant. I don't have to draw hair for him. Pills here, indeed. I think, yeah, for his accessory from the original version, it was a pill bottle, so I will probably do the same thing for here. So he's got his white shirt that comes down to his waist and is partly tucked into his pants. I'll probably just fully tuck them in, because having it only partially tucked in would be kinda strange looking in this particular form. And then he's got his tie, and he has very dark gray pants. They might just be black. That doesn't quite look right. I mean, I know I haven't done his shoes, but let's see if doing the shoes actually... Maybe I do need to have his partly untucked there. Why is it not... Something's like still off. That should have been it. I give him his collar. He does have kind of a big collar. That's a little better. His tie does go all the way down to his belt, so... Maybe that was it. Maybe the neck not being visible at all kind of threw it off. Yeah, I think that was probably it. That's better. And I guess that's Lewis. Alright, time to make the little pill bottle. So, are the pills in Left 4 Dead just Target brand ibuprofen? Is that right? Oh, that was the beta version. Okay, that explains. I did think it was kind of kind of weird that they would be able to get away with using an actual brand name product or a brand, like placing the actual product in their game without, like, I guess in the beta version it was just a straight up copied the label from a Target brand ibuprofen bottle, but then in the final version they changed it so it still kind of looks like it, but it's very clearly not. Like, it doesn't have the Target logo anymore, which it apparently did in the Left 4 Dead beta. Like, and somebody made a Steam Workshop mod to put the beta version back in. That's funny. I think, if I remember correctly, the mod I downloaded a mod for the For Dead 2 that turned the pill bottles into cans of Mountain Dew Baja Blast. I think that was the one I downloaded. I downloaded a bunch of like weird and random crazy mods just for the hell of it. I don't think I even turned half of them on. I don't think I could turn all of them on because some of them change the same thing, so it would be like just a clusterfuck if I tried to turn them all on, and half of them probably wouldn't work because they'd be trying to turn the turn the common zombies into like the aliens from Mars Attacks or Daleks, or what was the other one? I think I had 3 that changed the zombies into like something else. I know one was the Daleks. One turned them into Daleks, and I think another one was the Martians from Mars Attacks. Maybe there wasn't another one. I'm just misremembering something else. I also had one that turns Francis into a Cyberman when you played the Left 4 Dead 1 levels. And what else did I have? So many like character replacement ones, just because it was funny or weird. I've got the yellow. I think I had one that turned Rochelle into, I think it was Riku from Final Fantasy X, or maybe it was, I think it was the 10-2 version. But yeah. There was the frying pantsu, which put a pair of striped underwear across the frying pan, just because it was funny. Is that reading as the pill bottle label? I feel like it's not. And not that the original one was all that recognizable either, but we've got about 12 pixels to work with, so it's... Huh. Mm-hmm. I know why it wasn't working. I was doing it in the wrong perspective. There's all the other... all of the other... accessories. I have them, like, angled. You know, like going... pointing that way. In that orientation. For the most part. Like, there's a couple where it's not really relevant, but... yeah. So that was it. That's what it was. And now it should be... then we need the yellow on the label. And the blue on the label. And some dark blue. Oops. Ah! What did I do? Oh. Is W the shortcut for Magic Wand? It sure is. Huh. Still not quite there. But almost. It's close. If I put just that little bit of red there. Bright red. Is that bright red? Nope, not bright red. That turned out to be a little more of a deal than I thought it would be. Let's just do that. There. That should read better as bottle of pills. Even though that's not what... as far as I know, that's not what any brand of ibuprofen pill looks like, but... there also aren't zombies in real life, so, you know. Oh, I didn't do, oh yeah, Francis's accessory was just a gun. So, you know what, I can probably just copy Alucard's gun, bring it over here, and make it a little more like a regular gun. One more longer. There. Let's make it darker. There. And the handle too. There. Maybe make that smaller. Okay, I don't like the curve on the handle, but without it, it looks off. I think that works. Okay. And now Zoe. Should be another reasonably simple one. I bet I don't even need to look up a reference. do the jeans first because she does definitely, like, there's not a question about whether they're like jeans or something of a strange color. They're definitely blue jeans, and I'm gonna look up a reference because I'm not sure about some color choices. Okay, so she does have, like, I guess they kind of look like black sneakers. I'm trying to figure out, like, what kind of shoes to do because I just gave everybody else, like, black boots. Like, most of the characters in this thing have, like, just plain regular old black boots, basically. And some of them have brown shoes. Except for the 10th Doctor, he has his sneakers on. Yeah. Kind of try to avoid overusing, just give them black shoes, but if that's what the character looks like, I don't have a problem with just doing what the reference says to do. So we have a sort of, like, it's a pink hoodie, but it's not like pale pink. It's like a hot pink, I guess, is probably closest. I don't really have that. I might be able to work with this red. And she does have a white shirt under it, but I don't know if I have the capability to get that detail in there. And she does have the sleeves down. Yeah, I guess I can use that actually for the light color and then use that for the dark. No, that doesn't quite work. It's too red. I need to make a new pink, I think. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, she does have a belt with a silverish buckle. And I think I can make a holster there for that, in that case. I'm not sure what to do with this. Let's see here. Okay, that's too close to the... Alright, I think that's a good one. And then we go more red and darker. Little darker. There. And then one more. All the way red. Not quite all the way red, but darker. Yet darker. There. Okay, so we have light, 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 light. Dark, dark, dark. Dark, dark. Yeah. That's good, I think. It is kind of like a jacket with a collar on it, so maybe the collar works. We'll see. We'll see how I feel about it after I try it. Doing the hair. Whoops. And I can add, dang it, I keep grabbing the frickin' selection box instead of what I'm selecting. Okay. And the hair might be a little challenging. Let's start there, go up and in, up and in, up and in. One more around. Okay, so for the original one, I just kind of sort of made it look like the ponytail was coming up from behind, but I don't think that quite works here. Maybe that does kind of work. How did I do Aerith's? I kinda didn't. Dang it. That just looks like a hair bow. Doesn't really look like a ponytail from the front or behind. If I go across all the way and just... Could that actually... That, surprisingly, might actually do it. Dang it. I need to stop accidentally hitting W when I mean E for eraser. This is... Dang it, I did it again. What's the hotkey for select? M, okay. So I don't have to keep going all the way up there to... I think that might actually be it. It would be nice if I could find a reference that... I mean, she definitely has her hair in like a ponytail behind her head, but... there's like no references from the side, and it looks like they might not even have modeled like the actual hair tie or whatever she has. Or maybe it's... is it black? And it just kind of seems like it blends in with her hair, because pretty much every scene in the game is dark, so you can't really get an idea from just looking. It looks like her hair tie might be black. Or some... yeah, that doesn't look right though. I'll make it red. Minor sacrifice of accuracy just for the sake of looking better. I might actually be able to use something like that when I... oh. I'm gonna say when I get to Samus and look who's next after the Left 4 Dead characters. How about that? I will be very glad I figured this out with Zoe. Let's try a slightly different brown for the hair, though. I think that's better. Yeah. No. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Got Zoe. What did I have for... oh yeah, she had a med kit for her accessory. So keeping in mind that the perspective or the orientation matters, I can just basically reskin the pill bottle. But you know what, let's make it one bigger so it's more squarish. What do the Left 4 Dead medkits actually look like? They do have the red cross on them, which I believe is actually not allowed because of various reasons, like the actual Red Cross organization is like a humanitarian thing or something, and they take their like trademark over the actual symbol of a red cross on a white background, like very seriously, because it has implications for people potentially misunderstanding it or recognizing it or incorrectly recognizing it or something like that, and they don't want people who need help to be confused by seeing the red cross somewhere where it's not supposed to be used and getting the wrong idea about what's going on somewhere, I think was the idea. And that's why a lot of video games will go to pretty significant lengths to avoid using the specific Red Cross logo. Like they'll they'll do slightly different versions of it or change the color so it can be like a green cross, but you know it's still it still reads as like a health kit. Like um, uh, video games are not allowed to use the Red Cross symbol because it violates the Geneva Convention. That's what it was. Because of the emblem's humanitarian significance, the International Committee strictly enforces its use to prevent the symbol from being associated with generic first aid. Yeah, so they don't want people getting like... They don't want people misunderstanding it or getting confused about what it means if somebody does need help. So that's why a lot of games go to specific details to avoid using it. So like the white cross on the red background is okay, but the red cross on a white background isn't. So like Halo, the original version of Halo, the medkits had a red cross on the white background, but then when they remastered it, they changed it to just a red H on a white background for, you know, health, healing, whatever. So yeah, I guess Left 4 Dead actually technically is in violation of the Geneva Conventions, if I'm understanding that correctly. Yeah, some people are like, oh yeah, it's because they have it trademarked or whatever. It's like, it's... Yes, but that's not the reason they're so strict about it. It's for a very specific reason. It's not just because they want to protect a trademark. They have a very specific reason for wanting to keep it from being genericized and misused. You know what? In the interest of not violating the Geneva Convention, I think I will just make it a... Oops, what am I doing? I will forego actual accuracy and just make it a white cross. Because it still reads as it's supposed to be a health kit, so... Let's do a little more touch-ups around the other guys. Yeah. Alright, the Left 4 Dead guys are done. Well, I don't... That was for personal reference. I don't really need it. Let's start a different row. So this will be the anime character row, and this will be the other game characters. Because I do have quite a few other game characters, but... So Samus will be the next one to go in that row, and then I'll have to probably start another row for... I could start one for TV characters and one for movie characters, or I could just say TV and movie characters go in the same row, which I will probably do because I do have quite a few of those, and it would be just kind of a waste of space to only put... Let's see, as far as TV characters, I have 3 from Firefly, 2 from Lost. I think that's actually it. Unless we count Marble Hornets as like a TV show. It's an analog horror YouTube series, but I guess they did make a movie, didn't they? I never saw it. Don't know if it's any good. Don't know how they even managed to do it, really, but yeah. I think it was the actual guy who was making the show. Yeah, I have like 5 TV show characters and then a few more movie characters. So, Yeah. Anyway. Samus also does not have an accessory, so I think I can probably make this pretty quick by just reskinning Zoe, recoloring Zoe. Not really a reskin, it's a recolor. Palette swap would be the most correct technical term. So I just need to make her hair blonde. And since her hair tie is already red, she's already Samus. Look at that. Samus in a pink hoodie jacket. And I have all the Zero Suit blue colors I need. What did I use all that blue for? Good question. I don't actually know. I would say probably... I guess it was for Bo-Katan. Yeah, I think that's what I made all those blues for. Maybe Thrawn? But it's not quite the same blue. These are sort of a tealish blue. I think I made a bunch of blues because I was trying to figure out the right palette for Bo-Katan, and I ended up making a few that I didn't end up using. So there's more here than there actually are in the actual sprite. I think that's what happened. I seem to recall that. So now we just color in all of Samus because it's just a big blue, bright blue bodysuit. And then we just do some details. I don't even need to copy the original mini. I guess I can just for the sake of comparison. I definitely used a darker, less accurate blue. Zero Suit Samus. Let's see if we can find some reference for the details on the Zero Suit. That is a lot of stuff I'm hesitant to actually show, but at least because I have it in a private browsing window, Google didn't save my safe search settings, so it is blurring out quite a few things. So that's nice. I don't have to worry about accidentally showing something on screen, even though it will still be probably relatively tame by comparison to some of the things people draw in art streams. I did specifically tag this stream as safe for work, so I will try to my utmost to keep it PG-13 at best, at worst. Yeah, there's unsurprisingly a lot of fan art, and that's making it difficult to find like a good official actual reference. And a lot of cosplayers. I have opinions on buying a bodysuit and calling it cosplay, but that's for another time. The Zero Suit has also undergone design changes over time. Like, the one that was used in Super Smash Bros. Brawl is distinctly different from the one that was used in later Smash Bros. Games. And I don't think it really appears in any of the Metroid games after Zero Mission. Or no, wait. They did... Because in the Metroid games, the 2D ones at least, when you die, like, Samus's suit explodes and she's wearing like the Zero suit underneath it. At least in Zero Mission, and they also did that for, I believe, for the Metroid 2 remake for Samus Returns, and it might have been in Metroid Dread. I don't remember off the top of my head. They might have redesigned her suit after the fusion stuff, so it might not be the Zero suit in Dread. I don't remember. But yeah, it's like a slightly different pattern on it, because it's like it has like light blue panels and dark blue panels, and sometimes it has gray or black on it, and there's glowing pink parts in some designs, and it's not there in others. Oh, there's an interesting comparison. It has the Super Metroid, Metroid Fusion, and then it looks like the Smash Bros. Brawl and the one after that. Or it might be the Wii U. The Wii U Smash Brothers. Gosh, I don't know which one to just commit to for making this. But there is distinctly darker blue in the latest Smash Brothers versions, I think. She has... It's like a distinctly darker blue than the other ones. Like the original Zero suit was kind of like a sky blue, like what I got here. Pretzel, I don't know how I feel about the sexy saxophone music while I'm working on a Samus sprite. But in that version, she doesn't... I don't think she has the pink... I guess it's like a Chozo emblem or something on her chest, on the right side of her chest. Yeah, that works. Actually, that works pretty well. What about... So the Brawl version, she has these very dark bluish gray sort of... It kind of makes it look like she's wearing like knee-high boots, but they don't quite... They don't quite connect to her shoe area of the suit. They're just sort of like basically boots that go from the knee to the ankle. And I feel like that kind of gives it a little more... Like it breaks it up a little bit, so it's not just all that blue and a little bit of detail. So maybe I'll do that for this version. It's sort of like this. So maybe I'll just put those in there like that. But then she still has like the light blue on her actual shoes. No, that doesn't quite look right. Maybe I won't do that. I know what. Okay, I can't. God damn it. I was going to say I can't quite get away with just recoloring Zoe's hair because I did realize that Samus's hair comes down a little bit more than that. But other than that, yeah, I think maybe I got this. Yeah. I did it. Should I maybe add a little more blue variation there, a little more detail. Yeah, there we go. That got it. Oh, excuse me. And actually, one last thing. Let's make her hair tie a little bit brighter red. Because it is definitely red and not some dark, ambiguous color that you can't really see very well. It is, in fact, bright red. Alright then. So that's Samus done. Zero Suit Samus, anyway. I think I also have regular Samus. Yeah, she's over here for some reason next to the Kingdom Hearts characters. So maybe the order in which I did make some of these characters does kind of have a little bit to do with where I put them on the lineup, but because, like, I can't think of any other reason why I would have made Samus, Zero Suit Samus and normal Samus just, like, in completely separate rows. But I would have definitely put them together. Oops, I keep saving the wrong thing there. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 new mini characters today. So far. I'm still more than ready to keep going. Oops. What is that? That's not something splattered or dripped on my tablet screen over here. I try to keep it clean. I keep a soft cloth over it when I'm not using it so I don't have to keep dust off of it, but sometimes stuff still gets on it and it's annoying. God, I don't like Lucia's hair. Is that better? Not really, but that's even worse. I'm not gonna mess with it. I will mess a little bit with Zero because I just noticed that frilly necktie thing wasn't quite right, but alright. Alright. The more I look at Zero, the less I'm hating it. Okay. So, who's next after Samus? I think we hit the Firefly characters. Or 3 of them, at least. We got Mal, Jane, and Wash here. The man they called Jane. He... something to the man and gave him what for and all that. Let's cut down on the white a little bit just to free up a little bit of space here. Wash, your dinosaurs are in the way. That thing you did in one episode, and I decided was so emblematic of your character that they would be your accessory for this sprite collection. Unless anyone can think of a better accessory for Mr. Wash. Okay, so Mao, right? He has a long brown coat. Because he is a brown coat. Or was a brown coat. Was, I don't remember. I don't remember the exact details. It's been a while since I've watched Firefly. I should watch it again. It's not very long. Oh, well, obviously. The other character known for the long brown coat, the Doctor. Alright, see you around, Zan. I will continue having fun. Well, let's see. Dang, coming up on 5 hours. Where did the day go? I guess I don't even need to change the color of the coat. He has a red, sort of a dark red shirt underneath it. And suspenders that you can't really see if they're under the coat. But he does not wear blue pants as far as I can tell. There's a okay reference. Well, actually no, that's not even the same outfit. There we go. So, red shirt and kind of khakis and brown boots. I can work with that quite nicely. And they do come up a ways. So we'll try there. Oops, where's my browns? Brown, 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 brown. And then I have these for that. And a belt, because he has to have something to hang his gun on. Oh, would you look at that? We're already almost done here. Except I need to mess with the hair some. It's darker than... It's not quite... I guess it's like a dark brown. Oh, yeah, and then we need to do details on the inner area, but that's easy and already done. Belt buckle and darkish red, that's good. Alright, now what are we gonna do about this hair situation? I think slightly off brown, and it kind of sticks out and off to the side a little bit, kind of like that, kind of like how I did Luke's hair a little bit, but a little neater. I must have found a good reference when I was making the original one, because I actually got most of the colors pretty much right. Yeah. Okay, and do I have darkest brown? I do have a darkest brown for that. Oh, whoa. Whoa. Seeing stars. That's probably not a good sign. But I was coughing, so... Yeah, okay. I think that works. I think we got Mal done. And he does need a gun. What's his pistol actually like? It kind of looks like a revolver, but I think it's like a fancy sort of sci-fi whatchamacallit type deal, because it doesn't look like it actually has a chamber for anything to load into, unless it's completely internal somehow. Then I would guess it's probably actually I think Leia's pistol might be a good base to start with for Mal's. Okay, so it's kind of a shiny brass looking thing. I think I have a 3D print file for Mal's pistol saved on Thingiverse in my collection of things I want to make someday. Not necessarily for an actual cosplay, but I think I put it in my cosplay collection because it's related to cosplay, even if I just make a prop for something, because I like doing that. Dang it, Thingiverse, quit messing up the collection. I thought I did. I know I have a few different sci-fi guns in here. I have a plasma pistol from Halo, the noisy cricket from Men in Black, Han Solo's DL-44, Vincent's Cerberus revolver, Briar pistol. Oh, I thought I had Mal's pistol. There's Vash's revolver. Huh. Maybe I just looked at it and thought I added it to the collection and didn't actually do it. Or maybe whoever posted it took it down. Malcolm Reynolds gun. Yeah, there's a few different versions of it on here. I'm getting sidetracked though. I was just looking for a simple reference, and here it is in a display case. Colored and everything. So it's kind of a kind of a brass color. I have plenty to work with in my palette. maybe this to start. Do. Or maybe that's better. Yeah. And then the handle is a lovely shade of wooden, or maybe not, maybe it's actually not, maybe it's just darker. No, it does have a wood handle. Okay. This prop is just colored kind of differently than the others. Yeah, it's definitely got a wood handle. And it has a long barrel, but it's not quite that long, so we'll do that. Does that work? I took it down too much. Let's go one longer. There. Oh, and it has a doohickey on the back. I don't really know anything about guns, so is that the oh, what's it called? I feel like I know what that's called. The little thing on the back of the gun, on the revolver, that you pull back and it gets it ready to fire. Well, okay. So we got Mal and his weird sci-fi pistol. Let's see about Jane. I could probably actually. Same hairstyle, same facial hairstyle, pretty much. I can just copy Francis and do some kajiggering. Jane. Yep, Jane's kind of just got a pretty inconspicuous, generic sort of outfit. Just sort of a beige shirt and khakis. Maybe it's kind of an olive green shirt and khakis, and then black boots, according to this action figure reference. A lot of the official things are taken in different lighting conditions, so it's kind of hard to get a idea of what color these are actually supposed to be. So I think we'll go with the sort of olive shirt. It's like a t-shirt. He does have his belt, and these are sort of also khaki. But is this the one I used? No, okay. Oh, and he does not have gloves, so I'll need to take those off of the Francis base. But other than that, I'm pretty confident. I got Jane here. Jane Cobb. And he does have a holster for his pistol, and he has a wristband. It might be a watch or something. Or some sci-fi techno doodad. Or it might just be a bracelet of some kind. Wrist brace. Don't know. He doesn't have a consistent outfit throughout the show. I guess none of them really do, but I mean, Mal's brown coat is kind of iconic anyway, so. What am I doing here? I need detail on the shirt. That's what I'm doing here. Doot, 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 doot. And is that? Nope. Darker. That should be dark. This should be base. This should be light. Okay, does he wear gloves or not? He needs something to stand out. Wait, what am I? I'm just looking at some of the other characters because sometimes I mess with the way I do the hands and arms a little bit, and it works out better in some cases than others. Does that work better? I'm gonna say that works a little better. Okay. And, of course, the infamous hat. It's orange and yellow. Is it just orange and yellow? I guess it is. Oh no, it's orange, yellow, and the ear flaps are red. Okay. This will be a little easier. Not that it was going to be... Not that I was expecting it to be difficult or anything, but it's a pretty simple design. And I think I got it. Something like that. Yeah. That'll work. And I can put a little bit of detail, I guess. No, where's... Oranges... and dark red, just there, and there, and there. There. And as a bonus, he can actually wear it. Fun times all around. Whoops, wait. I jumped the gun on putting him down in the lineup. You go up here with Mal first. And then we make wash, and then you all go together into the lineup. In a new row, actually, because this is the TV show and movie character row. I need to extend the canvas downward. Let's go 500. You know, let's make it an even 500 by 500. How about that? But I do need to fill that in. There we go. Lock. Why do I have an extra layer that's just black? I don't know why I have this layer here. I don't think there's anything on it. It's behind my purple background layer. I'm going to delete that layer because I don't think I need it. And then I can move everything. Oops. Because it helps to select the right layer to, excuse me, to move. And just move everything back up into this corner. And this all back out into this corner. And I can put my little Obi-Wan versus Vader fight scene further back down into this corner. I was just messing around. I was thinking about, because I basically made just the sprite characters, and I put them down on the W place map, and I was thinking about building the rest of this scene around them, but it kind of would have been a lot of work, so I didn't end up doing it. But I still like how that turned out, so I just sort of saved this in the corner over here. It's not really related to everything else in the file, but I didn't want to make a whole new file just to save this tiny little thing here, so yeah. Oh, speaking of W place, haven't checked in on the pride flags today or lately. And somebody has, well, it's not really terribly problematic or anything, but I do consider it disrespectful to just write stuff on a flag, even if it's not offensive. I don't think that's a very polite thing to do. So I'm just going to clear this out. I know it's like a meme, and it's a Breaking Bad meme, and it is funny, but this isn't the place for it. So, if anyone's curious, basically what somebody did is we have in our area on W Place, which is in the middle of New Mexico in Albuquerque, which is, of course, Breaking Bad land on the W Place map, because everybody has just written Breaking Bad quotes and drawn Breaking Bad characters and written out Breaking Bad monologues all over the city. But yeah, we also have a little, well, I can just show it up on here. So we have our arrangement of pride flags here. I helped sort of even it out because it was originally just this giant trans flag, the double trans flag, the rainbow flag, and the bi flag, and somebody had done the poly flag, but it was a little tiny square next to the rainbow one, and I think the lesbian flag was there too at the start. So, but they were all kind of spaced apart unevenly, and it was bugging me, so what I did was I sort of just started nudging them together so they would fit better, and then I expanded the poly flag and added the pan and gay flags in there too. And all of these, well, most of these hearts were kind of in this area, so I moved them down here so I could fit everything together better. And a bunch of people helped me do this because it was kind of this was early in my W Place experience, so I didn't have a lot of pixels to work with at the time. I guess I kind of still don't. I mean, I have 200 max right now, 216 max right now, but yeah, so But yeah, just what somebody did was they wrote that Breaking Bad meme about the trans flag because like, oh, it's Walter White and Jesse Pinkman and they're making blue meth. Ha ha ha! It's funny because it's pink, white, and blue like the trans flag. And I'm like, okay, yeah, that is funny, but write it on your own trans flag. Don't mess up the thing that we've been trying to keep people from screwing with here. Because it's not. Yeah, see, they even wrote it over here too. So it's like you don't need to write it on the flag. You can just write it off to the side. So it's like just DBAA. Don't be an asshole. So yeah, I don't know if I would consider that like active vandalism or griefing or whatever, but I would still consider it at the minimum disrespectful. So I went and cleaned that off. Yeah, a lot of people have done a lot of fun. Oh, somebody was writing out like all of Albuquerque, the Weird Al song, and they drew Jerry's Bait Shop over here and started writing out like way back when I was just a little bitty boy, yada 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 yada, and it just keeps going and going. And last time I checked, they had just fought off the guy who was trying to steal the snorkel. So let's see how far they've gotten, because that was like yesterday, or maybe even a day or two ago. He's like, tough, and I'm like, give it, and he grabbed my leg and chewed off his esophagus and eyebrows, and oh yeah, and the phone got knocked off the hook. Oh, so he's getting donuts right now. He's about to get the box of weasels. Wow. Okay. They've come a long way in just a couple days. Yeah, like the last time I looked at this, it was like back up here, like right before the phone was getting knocked off the hook. So, yeah, people are just freaking crazy. Yeah, people have been writing out like entire monologues from Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, obviously, because it's basically Breaking Bad. Like the whole chicanery rant. And of course, people are writing out Nazi shit, which I don't allow, so I always clean that up or screw with it to mess with them whenever I see that happening. Actually, there was a where was it? It was just to the right of the pride flags. There was like the New Mexico Jewish community or something. There it is. Wow, they've expanded quite a bit. This tree was not here, and I don't think these flags were here last time I looked either. Yeah, this one's come a this area's come a long way too. That's really cool. But yeah, of course, some scumbags keep messing around with their messages here and drawing offensive crap all over it because people are assholes and it's the internet, so what are you gonna do? And there's Giant Bunlith. And there was also another person who started writing out Albuquerque all the way over here out in the Tahajali Reservation, and they just started going in a line and they kept going and going and they did not stop. They started wrapping around stuff that was in the way, not actually interfering with anything, but just working with whatever is in the way. They used portals to get around somebody's messages, somebody's stuff. And then they ran into my little antimatter raider thing here that I made. The space has gotten crowded. It was not this crowded when I made this thing. But yeah, so I made my little social media tag there and a couple of my minis. And I made my Dr. Taranta sprite and the antimatter raider logo, and I made some antimatter guys and regular matter guys running around a little arrow course. And the guy who's writing out Albuquerque ran into my arrows and started following them. And I was like, what? That's freaking crazy. And yeah, he just goes... But it's a loop, so they go all around and then it just come back to the start. So when he got to a place where he could get out of the loop, he used portals. So I think it was someday I was gonna get out of that basement or whatever, and at that point he stops following my arrows and goes into a portal and continues on along the river. I think that's the Rio Grande. It might be the Rio Grande. Yeah, this is the Rio Grande. The sun is always shining in the air, and then he goes into a tunnel because he doesn't want to run over the Jewish community stuff here. The air smells like bunlith, and the tiles are oh so fluffy, and he branches off there. I guess, I'm not sure what happened there. I guess maybe he started going that way and then started running into more people making stuff and decided, okay, I'll go this way instead. And then there's a giant junk bot that he goes around. I don't know how many people recognize Junkbot, but somebody recognized him and remembered him and made a giant Junkbot sprite on WPlace in New Mexico, and I just think that's great. I loved that game on the LEGO website when I was a kid. So the Shriners and the Lepers play there. Oh, he's still play there. Okay, he just kind of jumped up there for some reason. Usually when he deviates, he uses like a portal or something to go up there, like it looks like he did here. That's a green portal. Anyone on the street will gladly shave. God, he's gotten... Yeah, there's another portal. I saw. Was long enough before my dream came true. Correctly guessed the number of molecules and yada yada yada. And then he goes into a Mario pipe and comes out here. Oh, he's gotten to the first Albuquerque. Is that it? I think that's it. Huh. So he's also come a long way, but he's not as far along as the guy who just got donuts, or is just in the process of getting donuts. Anyway. That's just a fun little diversion. Oh yeah, I also, for any Mist and Ribbon fans, if you go from Albuquerque a decent ways to the east to Santa Rosa here, and then go north from Santa Rosa past Santa Rosa Lake, you can find my little starfisher area, because well, I already got actually from the Mist subreddit about where this little thing is canonically actually located in New Mexico desert, but I didn't know that, and I tried to find out by looking at the different Mist wikis, and none of them were specific about it. They just said it's somewhere in the New Mexico desert near a volcano and like a source of water. And I'm like, New Mexico is a volcanically active desert. The entire state, it could be anywhere in the desert here. There's so much desert between the cities and inhabited areas. So I was like, okay, well, I guess I'll just find somewhere that's kind of out of the way and where nobody's really drawing anything, and I'll just start there. And somebody was like, yeah, it's in Eddy County near Carlsbad Caverns. And I was like, how do you know that? And it's like, it says it in the game. And I'm like, if it says it in Uru, why didn't they put that on the wiki where it talks about all the stuff in the game and would have random trivia like that? And it's like, that's such a specific detail, and for it not to be on the wiki page for the thing in Uru where the stuff comes out of the Starfisher in the other games, like, why wouldn't they say that? Why wouldn't somebody have put that on there? And I guess it's like on a road sign that you can find in a slightly out of the way area in Uru, and it actually tells you specifically what region of New Mexico it's in. So I guess it's like down somewhere down here. It's not really specific, but it's like somewhere near Carlsbad, I think is what they said. And I was like, damn it, I knew somebody would be able to tell me exactly where it's supposed to be and that I would be wrong. But I went and did it anyway. I'd already started by the time I asked if anybody wanted to help or contribute, so yeah, I also made the little ribbon telescope. It's not as good as the one I wanted to make because I don't have... Oh, excuse me. I don't have the different yellow shades. I only have one of them, so I couldn't really make I couldn't really make my ideal version of it, which is, right here. Actually, why do I still have this open? But yeah, I just made a star fissure because in Uru you find out that somewhere in the New Mexico desert is like the exit portal for things that go into the star fissure in Riven, which is how the Mist book ends up in your hands at the beginning of Mist. I guess the stranger, the player character, was poking around in the New Mexico desert for some reason and happened across this weird little magic book. So yeah, that's a tangent and a half to go off on. Oh, and I still have my from when I was making the updated stuff for my Twitch channel. I left that open. Okay. So anyway, oops, wrong file. Save that, and let's see what we got so far. Yep, and I guess I can close WPlace because I don't think any of the other flags got messed with yet. Like, we were having some serious problems with some assholes who just would not leave our flags alone. And it was definitely very frequently the same handful of people doing the same stupid bullshit, like just scribbling on it or writing slurs or drawing swastikas on it just to be assholes. So yeah, but we just kept putting it back whenever they would fuck with it. And then they added the report button, so now every time somebody messes with the flags, I report them and then fix what they did. And it seems to have slowed down a little bit, at least. So I don't know if the original assholes got banned and came back with new accounts, or if it's just new people looking for stuff to screw with, or I don't know. It doesn't really matter. It seems like the harassment is kind of cooling off a little bit, at least, since they added the report feature. So maybe it's having an effect, or maybe I'm just not noticing it. Maybe I'm not catching it when they do mess with it, because other people are also pretty much watching these flags round the clock anyway, so it's not just me. Half the time when I do see somebody has done something, somebody else will already be halfway through fixing it, so I'll just help them get the rest of the way there. But yeah. Anyway, back to the project at hand. We just finished Jane, I think. Why is that? What did I do there? That was not right. I didn't finish Jane. That's good enough. Okay, so I need to do what's his name? Wash now. Oh yeah, I also got invited to a Discord group who's basically just a bunch of people who are watching these flags, these specific flags, the ones in Albuquerque, just keeping constant watch over them and letting everybody know when somebody messes with them. So yeah, somebody just posted the thing that I fixed. That was just a couple minutes ago, so yeah. Anyway, let's see. Firefly wash, because if I just search, oh yeah, Hoban Washburn. He has an actual name. They just call him Wash for a nickname. There's a picture of him in the blue, kind of thought it was a Hawaiian shirt, but it's like a sort of like a silk with a, oh, what's the word? It's like kind of like like it's got a like Asian sort of, like I know Chinese culture is like a majorly influential force in the Firefly universe. Like a lot of them speak uh, dialects of Mandarin and sprinkle uh, various Chinese words and phrases into their English sentences. So I think the idea was that like China and other like English speaking Western countries were kind of like the dominant forces in colonizing the rest of the in colonizing the star system, so most people speak a combination of like Mandarin and English. So I didn't notice that Wash's shirt there kind of has a like a print. Like what's that style? It's like the ink prints that they do, and kind of I'm I'm brain farting again. I feel like I knew what that style was called, and I am just blanking on it. But anyway, we need to finish up the Firefly characters, so let's... I think probably... Okay, he also does not have a consistent wardrobe throughout the series, which can be a little problematic. There's one of him in that shirt, but he's wearing... It's like a figure, an action figure. It might be a custom-made one or something. But he's got his little dinosaurs there. Yeah. But in the other reference picture where he's... Oh, it's right next to it. He's wearing a brown shirt under his, like, outer print shirt. And in this one, it's clearly like a... It looks like a blue jumpsuit or something, so... in this original, I'm going to guess I probably used this exact picture for a reference. This one, where he's just sitting there. That might be like a... like an official studio whatever you call it. Okay. Might be able to use Jane again, but I do need to clean him up some and give him a shave, because Wash is clean shaven. And I guess we'll just do the hair first. Alright, let's just bring it down here, Wash. And it's kind of curly, kind of blonde. Little bit messy, but not unmanageably detailed, I don't think. So if we... How did I do the original? Yeah, I just kind of had it pretty much like how I did Mal's, only a little more. Just a little more of everything. So let's try... Oh, that might actually be it. I might have just nailed it on the first try. That's a little dark. I might step it up one shade on the palette. Make everything one level lighter. Yeah, that works. Okay, so we have the brown shirt underneath. I don't know. Oh, there's a picture of him in, like, that jumpsuit. Huh. Well, I already started working on the from the other reference, so as far as I'm concerned, it is a blue shirt with brown shirt underneath it, and he does not wear gloves. I'm going to say no gloves, no gloves. Okay. And we can do this for that. And I might actually be close to being done already. How about that? Hmm. Something. Okay, the only full body references I can find are where he's in the, like, blue jumpsuit and not the brown shirt and whatever pants he's wearing in that outfit. That's annoying, kinda. Well, here's a cosplayer, and they seem to think it's a brown jumpsuit. I can work with that if I have to. I keep seeing messages out of the corner of my eye, and it's just Pretzel telling me what song is playing. I guess I'll have to trust the cosplayer on this one and say that he does have a brown jumpsuit underneath his blue print silk shirt. And I'll give him kind of a belt buckle just so it doesn't quite look so off. Oh, I didn't even think to refer to the original one, but yeah, I also gave him brown pants there, so that must be something like what it's intended to look like. Oops, there. There. And we have our Firefly characters done. Oh, no we don't. I forgot something somebody very, very important as to how I'm going to get even the slightest bit of detail out of these things when I already barely made them recognizable in the first place. How to do this indeed. Let's see. Do 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 do. Basic shape. It's a little long. Let's bring it in some. Trim it down. Okay, and then do Doot. 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 Does that work? So it was a Stegosaurus and a T-Rex. Stegosaurus is actually blue and green. Huh. Okay, well, actually, if I do this, and bring, oop, nope, not what I do. There. So if I take this blue and this blue and this green and just do that, and also, oops, this green and do that. I think that kind of works. Kind of being the main thing. I don't really know about doing these slant ways, like angled like that. It'd probably make it even less recognizable. So really all I can do right now is hope that this reads as a dinosaur. If I just do that. Actually, that is not terrible. I think that's almost acceptable, actually. Okay, but what if I just pull that up one and do it like this? I think I'm getting further away from it. I'm gonna say that's good enough. Just hope it reads. Put it back. Now the T-Rex, or that doesn't seem to be a T-Rex actually. Wonder what that actually is. It's got a horn on the tip of his nose. I was thinking maybe Carnotaurus, but that has two horns on the sides of his head. Nose horn. Ceratosaurus? It might be Ceratosaurus. Firefly wash dinosaurs. A lot of fan art. People keep drawing it as a T-Rex, but it looks like it's not. Firefly dinosaurs with sound. So Think Geek, of course. Are they still around? I thought. Oh, this is a old YouTube ad for. Well, at some point, Think Geek was selling these actual dinosaur toys, and I guess they had audio clips that they could play. That's neat. This was 11 years ago. Does the link still work? No, it just goes to GameStop now. That's right. Huh. But yeah, he's got whoops. Windows. Quit being weird. Nope. Dang it. Yeah, so you definitely got a horn there. And so that's not a T-Rex. I think that's probably Ceratosaurus. Because it has the horn on the tip of its nose like that. Maybe? I don't know. Doesn't really matter. It's not going to be recognizable no matter what I do. It will probably just look like the basic silhouette of a T-Rex anyway, so... It's got red and kind of a yellowish belly, so... Let's just see what we can do. Do. That's already too big. Let's bring it down some. Do. Hey. I think I got it. Maybe. No, it's gotta be, whoops, not canvas size. Just brush. Yeah. So I think, maybe this sort of, no, it needs to be a little lighter. Little lighter. Something like that. You know, when it looks weird with the underbelly like that. I'm just gonna do that and say that's it. Alright, whoop, god damn it, not again. So there you go, Wash, you got your dinosaurs. Alright. Yeah, you know, zoomed out, they don't look terrible. Yeah, actually, we'll do that. Nope, let's not do that. There. Got it. Alright. That's done. Done with the Firefly characters. All three of them that I made. Okay, coming up on 6 hours. I think I'm probably gonna call it a day then. How many did I get through? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 new additions to the collection, as they are remakes of the old. So we can eliminate all the way up to here. And the next ones to go should be the Pirates of the Caribbean characters, starting with Jack Sparrow. But I think this is probably a good... ah, dang it. Good place to call it a day. I still hate Lelouch's hair. Gotta be able to do something about that. It just doesn't work no matter... it just doesn't work. Well, it is what it is. Oh, man. So, I say 17 down. 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30. We skip Thrawn, because I already did Thrawn. 30, 36. Get rid of these. These. This. Probably not going to do the TARDIS again. The TARDIS is fine, doesn't need to be remade. Actually not a horrendous number of people. I think when I get to the Bleach characters, the Soul Reaper captains and all that, I could, well, they do all kind of... I was gonna say I can probably make a template like I did for the Jedi robe, but they do all kind of have slightly different variations of the outfit. I guess Byakuya, Unohana, and Ukitake do kind of have the same one. Everybody else has variations on it. Oh, is Aizen's the same? I made it the same. Yeah, okay, so yeah, I could probably make a template and cut a lot of work out of that. And then the Kingdom Hearts characters are just the Organization 13 robe with different heads pasted onto it, so that won't be difficult at all. Probably looks like I have a lot more work to do than I actually feel like I do. But regardless of that, I think it's a good time to call it quits for the day. So, yeah. Thanks everybody who showed up, even if it was just to watch for a little bit. I'll probably throw this stream up on my YouTube channel if you missed anything that you really wanted to see. But, yeah, it was a lot of me yammering and rambling. And I don't want to go off on another tangent, so yeah, I think we're done for today. So let's save that. And I don't know, I probably won't... I don't know if I'll be streaming again for another while, but maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Maybe I'll get around to kicking my Metroidvania Monday thing back into gear, so I can... because I have so many more Metroidvania games since I stopped streaming the last time, and I haven't been playing them because I want to stream them at some point, but I'm just getting more and not playing the ones I have, so maybe if I feel like I have to, it will motivate me to actually start doing that more regularly again, because I do pretty consistently have Mondays free to do that, with occasional exceptions, but um, yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I do enjoy streaming, even if like very few people or even nobody watches. It's just fun to talk to myself and occasionally respond to the chat when on the rare occasion somebody chimes in and says something. So yeah, it's just fun for me to do, even if I don't get much out of it. So I can't promise that I'll be doing this more consistently in the future, but I will say that I would like to. So take from that what you will. So yeah, like I said, thanks for watching. Thanks for stopping by. I guess that's it. So bye.